Tap draw. Rough turn. You're at 7K, right?
What?
7K?
Yeah, I'm at
Okay.
7K. I can't hear you anymore.
Yeah, I know. Let's have 6. Red Rock.
Yep.
On deck.
Oh, it's
Leader
bottom
effect?
of the deck, right?
Yeah, bottom.
For Luffy,
Yep.
on play, all dawn, all. No characters.
Mhm.
And then I will ramp since I'm at 0 or
Yep.
8 dawn. 1, active main, rest.
Yep.
And I'll swing 7 at least.
2K, 1K.
And then I'll take my next turn.
Yep.
Draw for turn. Rest forward for Bonkling.
Yep.
Ramp. Then I'll use active main to rest, to ramp again. 6 to lead.
Give me 2K.
12 to lead.
I'll take. No trigger.
Pass.
Draw for turn. Tap 4. 3K worlds. Bottom deck, Bonkler. Leader effect. 5 or less in hand. Draw 1. Then I'll just tap 6. Red Rock, bottom deck. And then past you.
Draw for turn. I'll ramp with lead. 9. Seven. Backman trash.
Yep.
7 lead.
I'll take. No trigger.
Pass.
Turn.
7 cards.
7 cards in hand. Tap 4 for law. And then I'll tap 6. Jozu effect. I'll bounce this back to hand. Choose nothing on your side. Then I'll use law effect. Activate main. Bounce him back to hand. And take one of your cards from your hand. Put it to the bottom of the deck.
And you choose it, right?
No, you choose.
Oh, bottom.
It says your opponent places one, so yeah, you choose.
I don't have to reveal it.
Nope, not at all. And then I'll pass.
Draw for turn. Seven lead.
2K, 1K.
I'll rest 10. Luffy.
Brutal.
I'm playing.
Mhm.
I'll do lead effect.
Bottom deck.
Oh, right. Sorry. And then I will active main. 7 I lead.
2K, 1K.
I'll take my next turn.
Yep.
Draw for turn. I'll rest 4. Pawn clear.
Yep.
Then I'll do active main again. I'll swing 6 to lead.
2K.
And then 12 to lead.
Take. No trigger.
Pass.
Turn. Cards in hand.
I have 6.
Tap 4 for pudding.
Yep. Five, right?
Yep. 5.
1.
Okay. Tap 4 for law. Bounce pudding back to hand. Bounce bond clay back to yours hand. Leader effect. Draw 1. Swing 7 to lead.
Rest 4K.
Yep. 7 to lead.
I'll take that one. No trigger.
Pass to you.
Draw for turn. I'll activate leader effect.
Yep.
I'll swing 12 at Jozu.
Yeah.
Arrest 8. Dragon. Dragon on playing. Swing 8 first to lead.
Take. No trigger.
Swing 9 at lead.
Take. No trigger.
Pass.
Draw. Cards in hand.
I have 6.
6. Gotcha. Tap 4 for law. Law effect. Yeah, I'll bounce him back to hand, and then you take 1 card from your hand, put it to the bottom of the deck. Tap 3 for Doflamingo. 3, 4, 5. Put it to the bottom. Swing 7 to lead.
Eight.
6 to lead.
I'll take. No trigger.
And pass to you.
Draw for turn. That's 3. Rest. 12 to lead.
Yep, GG.
GG, man.
Rough.
Yeah. I think having the double
Yeah, 2 of that really hurt.
back to
I
back.
didn't see. Yeah, I meant Red Rock was the next draw. Tragic.
When I shuffled the deck, it was already going to be my third card
Oh,
again.
man.
I didn't get to see any of my Whitebeards. Usually Whitebeard is what helps me here, just so like I'm too big.
GG, though.
Yeah, GG. We can take.
tape work very well.
They don't have electrical tape. All they have is painter's tape, so.
Am I good? All right. What's going on, everyone? It's Shadow, or James, from SGTCG, providing commentary on today's Sully's 1K tournament. Um, just got here for round two. We're going into round two currently right now, and I believe it's a Bonnie, and I forgot what the other deck was, but currently having some type of tech issues. But yeah, going into round two, yeah, it looks like a Bonnie, and not sure what else. Think you guys gotta wear the headphones. Yep. Had to tell them to wear the headphones. But yeah, if you guys are not aware, today is obviously the 1K tournament that Sully is hosting. I believe it was capped at 80 people. I think they only brought in like 72, 74. So almost a full cap. Bigger event than the God Pack tournament that they did have about a month or two ago. All right, so yeah, here we go. So round two, we are seeing a Bonnie versus Yamato. And looks like the Bonnie went second and opened up with the baby 5 search. Looks like he might have whiffed that search, which is unfortunate for the Bonnie. Yamato going into their 3-Don turn, more than likely is just going to slam it all on leader and swing for 8. 8 banish, which is typically what a Yamato wants to do, get their opponent down to their 3 life to activate their second ability. And you do see here, he is going to take it. And he ends up seeing the 0 cost event, which I believe rests a character. But now, being down at 3 life, this Yamato's ability is now active to be able to attach 2 Rested Dawn to any of its characters. So that's exactly what the Yamato typically wants to do. Not sure what this Bonnie wants to. We do see the Rosinante there. Obviously, he's going to try to get another search off with this baby 5. But potentially even walling up with the Rosinante to not take another big swing. Because it is a possibility that he just slams all 5 Don on the Yamato and swing 10k at life. Yep, so he ends up grabbing the Rosinante, which I believe is what is needed to be able to at least put a trump block down so the Yamato can't swing big at him. So swinging for 5, and he's only doing 5 just to have that extra Dawn up to be able to use his Bonnie ability in case there's a rush card that does get played. Typically, the only rush in Yamato would be Hody. And Hody is great because then it could also rest the active Dawn that the Bonnie will leave. So technically, you got to leave like 3 Dawn up so Hody can at least be able to use your leader ability with the Bonnie. So he's going 6 to leader. This is just going to give a 2K. Probably that Apu in hand. And looks like he's trying to see what else his Bonnie has in hand, but looks like the Viola is going to be the choice instead. And for 4 Don, plays on a Kikonojo. And again, now with the leader ability being able to be active, you can attach 2 Don to the Kiko and be able to swing for 8, depending on what else he plays. So yeah, Yamato is just, I like to call it the hard hat helmet deck. Just swing big and keep swinging. Hope your triggers out of life get you a body, just to keep putting pressure. So this Bonnie is digging for something. Obviously the baby 5 engine, maybe another Rosinante or a 10-drop Dofi, which we do see a 10-drop right there. And a baby 5 2K, so 10-drop's probably going to be the choice here, honestly, if he can make it to 10 Don and be able to utilize it. Yep. It's a pretty rough situation that the Bonnie is in right now. Probably could potentially just set up another Rosinante blocker here. and swing somewhat big, but next turn, if Rock has a Hody Jones, he can just rest both blockers or a Don. Yep, so he ends up swinging 7. Rock is deciding whether to trigger it or not, and Onami's the Rosinante, which is worst case scenario here. Establishing another Rosinante, and then leaving 1 Don up for the leader ability. And again, if Rock sees a Hody Jones here, he could choose the rest of Rosinante and the Don, and could just get free swings in on Morphine here. And there is the Hody Jones right there, right in the hand. Honestly, that's the best play here for Rock. Going Hody and then leader ability to attach the 2. Oh, looks like he's holding on to the Hody right now. So he's going 7 to leader. Resting the Kiko. I wonder what he's going to play for 4 instead. Choosing to do the 0 cost with a Beji. Huh. That is interesting because he could have held on to the Beji and be able to use that kid potentially next turn. Oh, I don't know. No, he wouldn't have been able to use it next turn. You know, he would only be at 8 Don, not being able to utilize the Beji with the 8 drop kid. Rock's asking how many Don he's at to calculate what exactly he wants to do. Looks like he's going to drop another Kikanojo from what it looks like. Oh, looks like he's tapping 5 to play out Ace. Ace has an on-play rush condition, so he would need to be at 2 life to be able to get the rush off of Ace. But he's setting up for next turn, being able to go wide with the Hody Jones potentially and getting 4 swings in. All at least 7K swings as well. So Morphine here is in a pretty tough spot. No blockers. He could use Kid, but Kid won't be able to do anything. It's kind of an unfortunate situation, but he could try to get rid of the Kiko, but Rock would heal a life since he is at 3. So it's kind of a drawback to that. Holding on to the Beji could have did something, but again, Hody can rest either the 2 blockers and a Don, so it would have went away the same turn. Yeah, Morphine's trying to find some type of answers here, but all he really has is the 2Ks. Looks like he's trying to do the baby 5 search to try to find... Oh, and then there goes the Cavendish, which was what was needed. And looks like he's going to have to grab another 10 drop. Looks like it's the only target in that search. This is where running the baby 5 and the Bonnie searches can kind of hurt each other because you're bottom decking all the supernova stuff that you need. Very unfortunate search there for Morphine. Yeah, not much options. Looks like he's potentially thinking of doing the Apu. Nope. Chose to go 9 at lead, which is interesting. Yeah, I would have potentially just considered going to the Kiko. Yes, he would have got a life, but you're taking away some of the pressure. At this point, 3 Don up, even if he Hodies, he could still use his leader ability, so potentially just resting a Rosinante and a Don is a better option here for Rock if he's going to do the Hody here. And he will lose one swing out of it, but the rest will still connect. And here Rock's considering on what to do here, whether to swing first or play out the Hody first. I think swinging with the ace. Oh, no, but you want to get the banish off as well. Off your Yamato leader. Oh, it looks like he's considering to do Neko. Not sure what that card does. Been a little while since I've seen a Yamato in play. Nope. Yep, looks like he is going 7 with his leader for banish. And he's going to rest the ace and potentially just give him the 2/2Ks or a 0 cost with a Dofi. If Morphine can make it to next turn, you can start slamming down the 10 drop. So maybe the 10 drop's not what he gets rid of, but possibly the kid from hand with the 0 cost. But he's going to have to, he will receive a bombardment. So maybe just giving him the Rosinante here is the better option as well. So you can keep the rest of his counter in hand for the other swings that will be coming. But he opts to do the 2/2Ks. Going 7. So he's 6 down left. Looks like he is going to consider on doing potentially the Neko. No. Just swinging 7s across the board here. But now this leaves Morphine a free 10-drop Dofi on the next turn. Not a free, but he could at least stun these 3 targets to kind of alleviate some of that pressure going on from Rock. Yep, so it looks like he's considering doing a 0 cost. Not sure what to get rid of, but maybe the kid. Yep, so he ends up doing the kid to get out of that swing. Still left with 5 Don. Ends up doing 4 for another Kikanojo. Not a bad idea. Obviously, the Hody would have been a little risky, having to take your own life. If you're not able to finish Morphine there, he could probably retaliate. But not much on Morphine's board to really put a lot of pressure on him. Just a baby 5 and the Rosinante. So being a little risky wouldn't have been terrible. But he's setting this all up for the next turn. And again, now he finally sees this Cavendish. Morphine needed this a couple turns ago. Best option here is probably just a Dofi. So ends up swinging 5 at his leader. If Rock's going to go for game next turn, maybe even wait and see if he's got a body out. Yep, so ends up stunning the Kiko, ace, and the leader, which is not bad target because now the leader cannot use the ability for banish. But he still has 2 Kikos, and now at 10 Don. Depending on how Rock swings here, Morphine could potentially get out of it. He's got 2 2Ks. I think the Viola's another 2K. So he's got 7K in counter with the Cavendish and a blocker. No Dawn up, so Bonnie cannot use the leader ability here. Rock's got to decide exactly how to go about it. This 10 drop kind of puts it on a clock because if he starts chaining them, you can kind of alleviate the pressure. And being at 2 life, not a spot Rock wants to be in. So swing 7 with the Kiko. Here it's going to pretty much require 3K in counter, so he does give him a 2 and a 1. And at this point, there's no going for lethal here, so here it's going to take the 2 2Ks, probably just taking the life here. Unless he wants, yep, I was going to say, unless he wants to stay a little bit healthy, and then there's another 10 drop for Morphine there. I will say I'm surprised Rock has not been going more aggressive with the Yamato using the Hody Jones. Typically, I do know Yamatos like to go way more aggressive, but he's playing this a lot more slow. Oh, so this Neko has rush since he has more permanents. So he's swinging 10 with the Neko to lead. At this point, probably give him the Rosinante. Yep, Rosinante goes. And even if he chains a 10 drop can only stun 3, which will probably be ace a Kiko, and the leader, still leaving 3 swings and a potential Hody Jones. And here you see he has a Rosinante, 2 10 drops. Not sure how Morphine's going to get out of it here. Even with the Rosinante, the Hody will be able to arrest it, and a Don. 10 drop can stun 3, and he would have to swing the other 10 drop at another character to be able to remove it off the field. Yeah, really tough spot here for Morphine. And also, if he decides to go at life, there's a chance that Rock can trigger out a body as well. So he goes 10 to the Neko. If he decides to counter, it's 5K. 4 cards in hand. Rock, I don't think has the counter for it. Obviously, he has the Hody, so he's 3K. He does have the counter for it, but not worth it. He'd have to give up the Hody with the 0 cost, and then the two cards in hand as well. Yep, so Rock does decide to let it go. Not worth dumping your entire hand just to keep the Neko and throw away your next turn play with the Hody. I think best case scenario here is the 10 drop. So does decide to go 5 to leader. Potentially worth seeing if you can get a body here for Rock. Or countering with a Hiyori to ensure that he stays a little bit healthy. But it's all a gamble there if Rock wants to take it that way. Ends up countering out with the Hiyori from hand. Playing it safe. I would have potentially tried to gamble there to see if you got another body out. Yep, so he ends up doing the 10 drop, freezing. Oh, interesting. Surprised he did not choose leader. Because now leader can potentially just banish all the cards in his life. This is probably best case scenario here for Rock having his leader up. I mean, only 1 card in life, so I guess if you banish it, not too terrible. Yep, so he's swinging 7, banish. Here it's going to pretty much take the Rosinante and the Apu, yep. And then here you could just slam Hody, go all in, attach the 2 Don. Oh, a little bit of a gamble here as well. Could have did the Hody to rest and potentially see what else he can get. Shanks. Yep, here's the game. Rock goes with the Hody Jones, uses his leader ability. Yep, and that is game from Morphine. Rock taking round 2 with Yamato, beating the Bonnie. Very unfortunate there for Morphine. Really only seeing that baby 5 and bottom decking a lot of the other cards that he typically would need to use, like the Cavendish, all the Supernova stuff. And then Rock playing it a lot safer than typically I would see as a Yamato, which is different. I'm so used to Yamato just slamming down the Hody Jones, using the rested, attaching the 2 rested Don ability to another character to keep applying pressure. So very, very different play for Yamato, but very smart. Being able to establish board, put pressure, because even with the 10 drop Dofi, he still had an additional 2 swings and another rush card in hand. So very good for Rock. Let's see. Oh, it's got double attack. I'm so used to banish for Nico. But still, the double attack still takes cards from the life to be able to utilize it. So it's not something you typically want. Oof, definitely been a minute since I've seen that. But yeah, looks like there's still 15 minutes into the round, and a couple people Still going into the round. I know we're going to have another commentator here in a little bit who's going to help with my mistakes. But yeah, very big congrats on Rock there for being able to get that win with Yamato. And again, there's like 70-something people here, all playing for the 1K store credit. I believe it's going to be divvied up to first place getting like 400 store credit. I'm not exactly sure, but a lot to get. Good entry today. Makes it worth coming to these events. Let me see what he ended up getting.
Hi, Stream Runner here real quick. I'm just going to interrupt. The stream's going to be taken offline for a quick second because one of our cameras got disconnected. So I'm going to take it offline, put it back up online real fast. Hopefully there shouldn't be too much interruption. We'll be back in a quick moment.
Okay.
So.
it, bro. We made it. We did it, baby. I feel like I could have done good if they didn't put me in front of this shit, man. Now I'm gonna be cooked all of a sudden. I'm gonna be misplaying way harder than I normally would, just because they're putting me on the spot.
We're live? All right. Jordan's announcing some stuff to the players, but we are going to go into round 3 here. And this table, we have a Boa being played by Ezekiel, and a BY being played by Omar. So very interesting matchup. Boa can bottom deck a lot of the BY stuff.
Yeah, a lot of bottom decking, and then also too, they dropping their 10 cost Kaidos, maybe some bounce backs. Whether you want to bounce back a Gecko, I doubt that. It's probably just going to be bouncing all his 5 costs back to hand.
And not only that, drawing while doing it. So
Yeah.
very interesting matchup right now. And as you do see, Andrew, Boring Peanut is joining me for commentary now. So we are all here.
Yeah, it was a little late. It was last notice call, but I'm always on call.
And you do see here on the left is Ezekiel playing the Boa, and Omar on the right using the BY. So who do you think's going to take this matchup here?
Honestly, I think as long as Boa plays it right, they could do some serious damage and kind of stall out what they want to do.
Yeah, especially, being able to bottom deck, the Sabos, which is, I want to say, the bread and butter of BY. Being able to cycle through your deck with the Sabo is very essential.
Yeah, and then also, too, I'm blanking on the card's name right now. The 6 cost that Dofi would play that bounces a 6 cost or lower back to hand.
Jozu,
it plays Jozu, so yep. They're going to be drawing with Jozu and then also stalling maybe their 5-drop Luffy's.
They can hear you guys, yes.
We can hear you. You guys can't hear us.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a different setup than the Abode is used to. This is the second big tournament and stream that the Abode is having. The first one being the God Pack that I talked about earlier. So different change of pace than a lot of these players are used to. And I think they said Boa's going first?
I didn't catch it.
I would believe they want to go
think
second to throw the BY off of curve here. But obviously the BY mulliganing probably did not see a baby to the big one or like a Flampe or a Hiyori there.
That's true. What Boa, it looks like Boa's mulliganing. He's probably just trying to find maybe Sengoku Searcher, maybe his bottom deck stuff early, just any way to stall out the game and also prepare for late. Even though Boa does draw and can stack a lot, you still want your turns to be pretty meaningful.
This is true.
Let's see. Oh.
Looks like they got him. And here we go. Yep, so first is the BY. So Boa taking him off curve, which is exactly what the Boa wants to start.
Yep. Well, and Boa would want to start second anyway, and like if she wants to drop a 4-drop right off the bat.
Yep. And he does see a baby Luffy, which was the only thing off that Garp search, which is still better than nothing. And Easy Quill using the Gen Con Luffy's as Don here. Sengoku search, only being able to grab the buggy. because it looks like he just sent the Kaido to the bottom.
Yep, and I think that was
A Perona and a Grab Blade.
okay. That was Gravity Blade.
Which is kind of unfortunate. The Gravity Blade is very essential in this matchup to being able to bottom deck, you know, the 5 cost that Omar will be playing. Oh, and you do see the pudding there. That is exactly what you want to see.
Yep, you want to see that pudding right away. I was kind of surprised he dropped Buggy right off the bat. Obviously, you kind of want to see what you're starting to get, but, you know, having that 2K in hand might be more valuable in the beginning.
That is true. But I think being able to see what you want next turn is going to be better.
And plus
Oh,
two,
and you do see, I think he's going to grab the 5 cost. Yep, 5 cost over
Yep.
the baby. You are bottom decking 1, but 1 baby to the bottom so far is not too bad.
one baby to the bottom. Yeah, another Sabo, and I think that was also Luffy.
And at this point, putting pressure on the BY player is not a bad idea, since we do know that the pudding is going to be coming, and we know BY is going to take a majority of these swings, even if they're little baby 5 swings.
Yeah, I'd want them to get their hand as big as possible and then drop that pudding. The BY player, hopefully he'll, you know, again, he's playing blue, so don't take every life, even though that's what you normally want to do with BY Luffy.
Oh, and you do see the Jozu there, so now he will be able to use the Jozu next turn.
Yeah, that's perfect.
And yep, looks like the Sabo's going to hit the field. And then here, you could bounce the Jozu, or yep, bounce your Sengoku or Buggy. Actually, I think the Buggy would be better.
It's going. This is actually the perfect target for Jozu right now.
Yeah, you want to get that thing off the field right away. 8 cards in hand. Already asking for cards in hand because we know what's going to be coming out in a second. But I think the Jozu to the Luffy would be the better target here. Swinging 5.
Yeah, then after that, he could also just start hitting him hard into life. And, you know, if he takes all of them and he can't finish, you just put in his hand.
Yep. And you do see the Jozu hits the field, bouncing his own Sengoku to bounce the Luffy. And he does get a draw since he is under, I believe, 5, right? Or 6?
It's 5.
5 cards for Boa. So he does utilize the draw, which is why Boa is not too afraid of countering out a lot.
Yeah, you should be countering a lot of these, you know, lower power hits in the beginning, just because, again, you're just going to be drawing. And then in the late game, they have to go through, you know, 3-4 life.
So 5. Is it even worth playing that other Luffy again? The Fist Luffy? I think it would, just so you can start getting your life down. Maybe not use ability right away, but at least have it there just in case.
Yeah, I would at least place it, because he knows next turn Boa most likely is going to be swinging.
Gum Gum Bell.
Can't remember what that does.
Oh, so it does a -7 reduction and draws his own life. Oh, he's going to awaken right here. Very interesting. Now he's going to play out the Egghead Luffy from the trash and then pop the Jozu, making him a 7k 1 life leader, which is a better spot than previously. Yep, does the 2. Baby Luffy hits the field, reveals itself. Yep.
Gets the draw.
Very interesting. I've never seen that bell used.
I haven't either. I mean, I guess it makes sense so you could actually target or KO any body if it minuses 7.
And not only that, take your own life as well.
Yeah.
Ends up dropping the pudding, which is a very good time to do so. And what he could do here, so that he doesn't see the Sabo, is potentially just swing big if he doesn't have anything else to play from his hand.
Yeah, I don't know if he might have another chump blocker, but yeah, I think just after a pudding, just put the pressure on.
That was a very well-timed pudding as well, since he did get the draw from the event, the Flampe, and the Egghead Luffy.
And then would you just want to swing big with leader here, or just split 7/7? Oh, what's he
Oh,
play?
decided to play out a Jinbei.
Okay, and then no other target for the Jinbei.
I potentially probably would have swung at the Sabo to get him to bottom deck it.
Yeah, I'd want that to be gone.
Because then this turn, he's going to have to pitch a card for leader ability, which will put him down anyway.
Yeah, he did putting into the Gecko Moria.
Yeah, but being off curve, it kind of puts you in a bad spot. You would need the baby Sabo in the trash.
It's a lot of interesting text that he's playing.
Yeah, but now you see he's going fishing here. He's looking for, double Moria.
Oh, he's also
Unfortunate.
playing the zombie Luffy. Yeah, that is a very unfortunate search.
Yeah, 2 bottom decks. And does he have he has 1 Moria in hand, so there's 1 more in deck somewhere.
Let's see. Playing
And here's the
defensive.
way to cycle to all your pieces if you need
Yep.
them.
But this is still a good position for the Boa player because he's searching, he's scrambling, he's not able to use ability.
And he's going to be a 5K this upcoming turn. So now you can really put pressure on.
Yep.
And honestly, I would probably take the life here if Omar decides to swing at Easy Quill.
Yeah, I would take the life too. There's no sense in countering out.
Yeah, but Omar's hand after that pudding is looking very bad. Unfortunate, losing all those pieces that you need for the brothers.
Yep.
Now, if only there was a grab blade in life, bottom decking that Salvo, that is worst case scenario there for Omar.
But yeah,
Which is why it's also very scary to swing in the Boa.
Yeah, because a Gecko isn't going to be, honestly, the most powerful play. Whether you have to drop it, I don't know.
So now he's swinging 7, and this is probably the best thing to do here.
Yep.
Gives him 3K, now down to 3. Oof, he's going to get rid of this Sabo here. Yep, bottom decks it.
And there's no other, besides the blocker Sabo, there's no other 5-cost brothers or anything threatening on the board. So, I mean, his Jinbeis are pretty much safe in a way. One's probably going to go, but
You could have potentially even just swung 6 there, which would have required either the Sabo, a counter, and then save some Dawn and swing him with Buggy would be crazy.
yeah. He's probably just going to swing 8 with pudding.
Oof. Yep, he's going to go in.
Yep.
8 with the pudding. Double
Nice.
2K.
Oof. He did-
1 card in hand, we already know what it is. Very tough spot Omar is in.
Yeah, he did draw, I believe that was a baby Sabo.
He needs to pitch that to the trash right here and then use the Moria.
Yep.
Yep, so there you go. So he at least has a Moria target. I believe he's got 2 Moria targets.
So he has 2 babies. So even though he's awakening here, he still is just surviving.
And even then, if he does the Luffy to pop first, he would only still have 1 card in hand.
Yep. Which at this point, I mean, the math is
And he
pretty
chooses
easy.
to put the Nami to get a draw, and then the Egghead Luffy, which will pop at least a body.
Yep.
And now he can swing 9K at the other Jinbei.
Yeah, that's smarter. I mean, to have that cushion life, a blocker. I mean, he's just on the back pedal right now.
But if Ezekiel counters out here, he could just swing wide, and he ends up having to let go of the
Yeah.
Jinbei, unfortunately.
That's unfortunate. Yeah, if he could have saved it, definitely that's a card worth saving right now.
If he has a 3,000 world, bottom deck the Nami,
Oh.
Oh.
He's got...
looks like he has a Kaido. I don't think it's really worth. Well, you could play the Kaido out, alleviate some of the pressure.
Yeah. Also, too, maybe if he has a bounce law. I mean, there's so many ways to get rid of this Nami.
Does have the red rock in hand right there. What is Ezekiel gonna do here? He's got a lot of different options to take the pressure away.
He could play it a little safe and just get rid of that Gecko Moria.
With the Red Rock, yeah.
Yeah.
And maybe establish a 4-cost body as well.
I think it's still better to swing. Swing 7, either get a card out of hand or he's going to use his Nami blocker.
That is true. I have seen this Nami being teched in, though, for the BY. It's either this or the Shirahoshi blocker that I have seen.
Yeah, which one do you prefer? I do kind of like the Nami. It's not like I play BY that much. I
So-
just play around on the sim with it.
In my version of BY, I do use the Shirahoshi, but I like to use it just for, reduction purposes to combo with the Kuzan to reduce,
Yeah.
potentially get rid of a 10 cost with the combo of both.
Yeah, because it's a -4, correct?
It's a -4 on play and then Kuzan -4 on swing. So looks like Ezekiel is going to be looking for some options here for 7 Warlords. Ends up finding a Croc. Oh, he's going fishing. Playing out the buggy.
Yeah, I don't know what he's fishing for right now.
Maybe that bounce law that is right there in the middle.
Yeah, but at this point he can't grab it.
No, but maybe he's trying to set up next turn.
Yeah.
I think red rocking the Gecko is the better option here, and then just getting a decent swing in. Yep, so that looks like what he's going to do here.
Oh, that's even smarter, actually.
Gets the draw off as well.
That's probably better, just to establish another body. Left.
And I'm surprised he didn't
Two
swing.
Dawn open?
I would have swung there, but does he have a counter event in hand?
I don't know what counter events Boa even runs.
Or he could be leaving him with 1 life, because if he doesn't have it, well, unfortunately he has a Sabo in hand, but if he didn't, it would force him to have to figure out how to get there.
So that way he can't just go back to 2 life.
And he sees another Sabo.
Get rid of the Zombie Luffy and Fist Luffy. I think that was the only Sabo, right?
I believe so, because the other one was bottom decked. So he's in a pretty rough spot here. And he's trying to alleviate some pressure. 1 Don left. He's a 7K. He's going to have to pitch here, at least getting to 2 life, which is not bad. Oh, swinging 10. Yeah, that's probably a take here for Ezekiel.
Yeah, you just take.
Oh, really bad spot here. I'm surprised he didn't do leader ability here.
Oh, yeah, he did it.
Oh, but
Maybe
he's got
he's-
2 blockers, but
Yeah, just confident of 2 blockers, maybe.
still very risky there.
And I forgot how he stacked it. I can't remember if he stacked that bounce law on top.
Yep, so bounce law is what he has in hand right here. You can bounce the buggy back, bounce the Nami,
Yep.
and then swing in with the Boa. And that will get rid of the Sabo and then potentially swing out with his leader Boa.
So I think even with the bounce law, I think it is possible to finish him here.
It is. If he swings out, he can swing 9-9 with his Boa attacker and Boa leader, and establish the law for the next turn. If it goes to next turn.
Yeah.
And I think he only has 2 1Ks in hand.
Yeah, I believe so. I think he still has another little brother, I believe.
There's a lot of thinking going on by Ezekiel because this is basically a make or break for the game right here.
Yeah.
And I think he's in a really good spot to just go in for it.
So deciding.
Looks like that's the 4. And here comes bounce
Law
law.
did that, bring it on me. Yep.
Best case scenario there for Easy Quill. A lot of people talking about banning the card as well. 9 to leader.
Yep. So he could do a 9-10.
Yep. He's going to have to give him the Sabo. I don't think he's got enough counter to get out of this. Oh, no. He'd have to give him all 3 here and then give him the
Yep.
Sabo next turn.
I think he might be debating just Red Rock the Gecko. To play it like sort of safe.
Unable to because he only has 5 Dawn.
Oh, I thought that was 6. Oh, you're right, because he played Law attached to Dawn.
It would have been a better option, or it would have been a good option to do, and all he has left is the Sabo. But I think here is just swinging big, getting rid of that Sabo. Yep, there goes the Sabo. And potentially you can put down the buggy, but keeping the counter is better because if he is using the rush ace, he could potentially get 3 swings in. But 8 cards in hand, Boa is sitting in a really good spot here.
Yeah, so BY just has to use his leader ability, get the 2 life, and I mean he probably got to swing with Moria into Boa for any chances of survival, and then just knock off another life, and then maybe some magic will happen and he can get 2 attacks in next turn.
No, that wouldn't work. Because even if he did that, he could do leader ability. He would have no cards in hand. Easy Quill just swings with all the little ones.
That's true.
So he's just swinging at face. He's going to try to go lethal here.
Yep.
And Easy Quill's just going to take all the cards. Why not take them? And then 9, and then he's going to dump all the counter he has in his hand.
And then 1K, and that's game.
And there it is. Looks like Boa is going to be making it into round 4 here. Swings with the SP Boa. What a great way to finish it. So Easy Quill taking round 3 here. Very, very interesting deck. I've had bad experiences with Boa myself.
I love Boa, and yeah, it's actually pretty good against BY Luffy. Just a good matchup overall, because again, like BY Luffy isn't draining your hand really. You can get to a situation where like it's just bricks in your hand as Boa, but I mean you have so many options to just keep controlling the board.
Yeah, and drawing, the draw feature on the leader ability is what it needs.
Yeah, and I think like one of the biggest, I mean the pudding obviously like is that won him the game in a sense, but I think one of the best things he did was seeing that Jozu right when he did, the bounce that 5-cost Luffy back to hand, because it slows you down so much.
Yeah, and then it wasn't worth playing the next turn, and then that pudding is actually what sent the BY downhill.
Oh, yeah.
But
yeah.
not seeing any of the pieces after the 5-card draw, I think it was just a Gecko, a Shirahoshi, a Flampe, and anything else he was trying to find.
Yeah, because with Boa being so healthy, like BY was just on the back burner the whole time, so discarding a card to use your leader ability, you're just on a clock at that point with Boa.
Yeah, so very, very good timing pudding. And I guess at that point, that Sengoku but that Sengoku bottom after he grabbed the buggy was probably the best thing for him.
Yeah,
and then utilizing that buggy to be able to find another one. Got the Abode staff coming over and checking up on us.
But yeah, I'm glad to see a Boa again. I know some people like they love that deck and they still bring it around to this day, but I think it's just a very powerful deck against decks that top end heavy. BY Luffy, like it is, but it isn't. Obviously, it just plays its own way. But
it comes down to whether you see your grab blades on the essential 5-cost characters that he plays, or in this instance, Pudding. Pudding definitely was MVP for that
yeah,
game.
And Boa just runs the toolbox of Gravity Blade, Red Rocks. Like, they can afford to do that because that's their, game style. Where Dofi, it's like, yeah, you have those in the toolbox, but, what are they down to? Like 2 copies of Grav Blade now, or Red Rock?
Because a lot of them typically just like to run a majority full 4-cost package and just swing aggression. So,
Yeah, you're just putting pedal to the metal with Dofi, where Boa, like, you have time to just breathe.
Yeah, so very interesting match. We'll see if Ezekiel can make it to Top Cut and potentially win some of this store
Oh, I'd
credit.
love it. I'd love it.
So the layout for the prizing is first place is going to get $400 store credit. Second place will be getting $200 store credit. Third and fourth are going to be getting $100 store credit. And fifth through eighth is going to be $50 store credit. So it is going to be a top cut of only 8, not 16 like it was last time.
Yeah.
So very, very good prizing to be won here today.
Yeah, and I think top 8 is actually probably a good top cut for this sort of prizing, because that way, as long as you make it in, it feels like
You
it
got
was
something.
worth something.
Yeah, so I do know that the Abode is going to start attempting to host monthly tournaments like this. So keep an eye out. Definitely join the Discord. They are always posting their tournament information on the Discord.
Yep.
Today they gave out participation, which was 4 packs of OP8, and I think an event pack as well.
Yeah, I think CS.
Yeah, I
pack-
think
yeah,
it might have been a
CS
CS
pack.
pack. So you're
Yeah.
definitely getting your money's worth entering the tournament, getting a lot of good practice since this is a big event. Again,
Yep.
topped out at 80, only 74 showed up, I believe. So very
Yep.
good practice for regionals, which are coming up. You know, Dallas coming up next month, Peoria in
Yep.
April, and depending where else you go. So a good spot to get a lot of practice in here.
Yeah, and there's a lot of good players that show up for this too. So
Yeah, there are a lot here. I believe I did see Ryan Hartman here, who has topped a couple.
yeah, Ryan.
regionals.
I think I saw Justin. He's a BY player. I swear every time he comes here, he's always in Top Cut or something.
Jesus, that did win the God Pack tournament last time, is also playing here today.
Yep. Jesus is here.
So we do have a couple top players that have, topped events. So really good practice to get around here. Definitely recommend it. I do know they host locals here as well, Sundays, Saturdays, and Wednesdays. Wednesdays being league night, which is the more competitive scene here at the Abode.
I thought they stopped doing Saturdays.
Oh, they did. Sundays.
Sundays.
And Wednesdays.
Yes. Yeah.
But yeah, I did see someone in the chat asking what to do. But yeah, going to locals is probably the best way to get practice and the sim. Locals are very friendly, so it's a good way to learn. I've seen a lot of new players starting to come into the scene and starting to learn and actually getting better, which is the good thing. That's what you want to do, get better at the game.
Yeah, I think the sim is a great way to figure out what kind of deck you want, and then actually going into locals, playing in person is just so different.
You don't get the perfect hand that the sim gives you.
Yeah. There's you don't just press the concede and then start a new game in a minute.
Yeah. There has been 3 rounds completed so far. Right now we're waiting. There's about 9 minutes left on the clock here.
Yep.
And then we will be going into round 4 after that. So I think they estimated about, I believe, 6 to 7 rounds.
Yeah, that's because I talked to Jordan, and I think that's what Jordan was saying, 6 to 7 rounds, and then
And then top cut.
it, yeah, or 8-player top cut.
Will there be a leader breakdown? I can ask. I'm not sure. I don't think they submitted any deck profiles for the event today. It was kind of just to sign up and show up.
Yeah.
I did believe they said they're going to be doing random deck list checks just to ensure that some people are running at least 4 copies and not 5 of a card.
Yeah.
But I believe for top cut, we could probably get a deck breakdown for top 8 for sure. Probably ask the judge if he has a deck breakdown in general.
Yeah, we'll definitely note all the top 8 decks.
But from what I was told, there are a lot of BY out there.
Yeah, there's a lot of BY.
So it's still good in this meta, which people thought it wouldn't be with Blackbeard running around, but not a lot of Blackbeard running around either.
Yeah, I don't see as many Blackbeards. I mean, there's some that just live and die by the deck, but since it's pretty avoidable, it's BY just has good matchups against
Anything
pretty much across the board. Yeah.
Except RP Luffy. Oh my God,
Yeah.
stomps it.
Yeah.
But yeah, there will be a top deck breakdown for top cut, or deck breakdown for top cut. That'll be easily grabbed. We could do that ourselves.
Yeah.
As far as for the event right now, there's like 74, I believe. So getting the breakdown right now probably isn't possible unless someone goes around and does it.
And I'm hoping to see some more like rogue, interesting decks along the way. The Boa is fun to see. Um, before I showed up, I heard that Yamato was against Abani. That's always a fun one to see.
Yeah. And I was making the mistake saying that Yamato had banished.
Oh,
it
dude.
it's got double attack. Well, that was my mistake. It's been a while since I've seen Yamato, and I've been playing Nico Robin for locals.
Yeah.
There, so banish was just stuck in my mind.
Even before Nico Robin came out, every once in a while, like I would forget that it's double attack and not banish, just
Well-
because I don't see it all the time.
Well, in my instances of Yamato, it was always Yamato leader to
Onami.
Onami, so it was double attack banish, and
Yeah.
that was my entire life facing it. So.
Yeah, because that's always the play you don't want to see.
Yeah, it was terrible. But yeah, so we got like 6-7 minutes. We're gonna take a quick break here while we wait into the next round. So be back in a couple minutes.
Yeah, we'll be back.
we are back going into round 4.
Yep.
This matchup is going to be a Bonnie versus a Katakuri.
Yeah, Kata Curry just gives me PTSD. I never go into a Kata gaming like this is gonna be fun.
Yeah, but they did just announce that going into this should be only 2 more rounds, so it's looking
Yep.
like 6 rounds today because of the amount of X1s before going into Top Cut. So very interesting. Pretty much they're gonna have to win out from here on out if they want to make Top Cut.
Yeah.
And I believe I think one X1 gets bubbled out, potentially. Not sure how the split is.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. So yeah, Bonnie against Kata. I mean, Kata is just gonna do the same old thing. I don't think there's been like a definitive like Kata deck list. I think people just kind of put in like some of the new stuff as they see fit. Some people play that 6-drop Big Mom, some people don't, because it's kind of like it's good for certain matchups and then just the worst brick ever for others.
I think the 6 Mom is actually a very good card. A lot of people don't like it, but I think it's good.
No,
I think it's worth it.
I think it's good. Now, Bonnie here, basically the name of the game against Kata, just take all your life. Just take all your life. Try and get a hand or search out anything to be defensive. Oh, can you guys... Headphones?
Yeah.
Thanks.
You had to tell them to put the headphones on. Don't want to risk them hearing the extra pre-game ideas.
But yeah, Bonnie is just gonna need to pretty much just take all his life, get defensive. Hopefully, he can get a kid out there while keeping. If you're taking all your life, you should have a big fat hand because 10 drops, but they're just gonna come down.
Yeah, and so we have Jay here on the right side is going to be playing Bonnie, and David on the right playing Katakuri. And Bonnie is going first. No Searcher, which is kind of unfortunate.
Yep.
You do see he's using Reject as Don. Oh, man, one can only wish. Imagine that thing gets
His
unbanned.
Don cards are banned, man.
I know. Should not be using them. You do see the Rosinante in hand for the Bonnie. But decides to just put pressure on. Very scary swinging in the Katakuri because he could potentially be running the very trigger-heavy deck and just start triggering out bodies.
Yeah, as of right now, it's fine because, again, like Bonnie has the lead ability, so one swing is only going to come in. He counters early? That's very interesting to see.
I do know a lot of Katas are running like the Egghead Nami, so you want to get to the point you can start drawing and finding out other pieces. But yeah, it's very interesting to countering out early. Don't play Kata, so can't really attest to it.
Yeah, because I would definitely want to stay, like, obviously you want to stay, like, a bit healthy so you can just drop 10 moms without too many problems.
Ooh.
But it's interesting.
Swinging. So this is the Onami that gives Banish that was used in Yamato a lot. So he just gave Banish to his own leader and looked at the top of his life and left it.
Yeah.
And swinging Banish.
As Bonnie, you're just going to accept it.
Oh, it looks like Jay's considering on countering out, though. Yep.
Yeah, because it would only be 2 cards. You would be giving 2 cards at the minimum for to keep 1 life. It's not worth the trade-off.
So ended up giving Baby 5 Banish, which is just a 2K for Bonnie, I believe, right?
Yes, that's just a 2K. It's not really doing too much. But yeah, probably just going to swing into the Onami, just get her off the board, because if he is playing 8-cat, you don't really want that going into life.
And not only that, but Katakuri, if it has nothing else to play, will just attach the Don and swing with the Onami.
And he's swinging 7 life.
I don't think Jay has much else to play in hand, other than the Rosinante.
I think it's pretty much all utility. Let's see. I can't tell everything.
Yep, so the Rosinante, I don't think the Onami is much. Well, yes, once you get to your 8 Don turn, you don't want it getting put into life.
Yeah.
But not much of a problem right now with the Bonnie effect. You do see Paris Sparrow And a Gadatsu in hand. Could do Gadatsu to remove the Rosinante here.
Yeah, I think, yeah, it's probably just better to get rid of it right now.
And then swing 7, checking his own life. Let's see what he can see. Oh, can't see it. But it looks like he's debating on keeping it at the top or the bottom.
And he moves it to the bottom.
And that's scary because half the time when a Katakuri moves it to the bottom, it's either going to be a 0 cost or a blocker or just something to completely throw you off when you're trying to go for endgame. A Beji.
Yeah. Or sometimes I've even seen people just move like a Parasparrow or a trigger body at the bottom, so then it catches the person off guard.
Then wouldn't you want to leave the body at the top then? So you could at least, if he swings at life, trigger out the body to put more pressure on?
You normally do. Like, Bonnie wouldn't be like the best example of a matchup where you would do that. But sometimes, like against like an Enel or something, they'll do that.
And looks like he might attach all 5 Don. Well, does he have a Carrot? Or a Cavendish?
Again, I can't tell. I think there is a couple top end in there.
If he is able to establish a Carrot, you know, he can stun the Gadatsu, take some of the pressure off, or
Yeah.
Cavendish restand Don and potentially swing big at the Gadatsu. I mean, Katakuri only has 3 cards in hand, so he could potentially remove the body. Oh no, more than 3. It looks like 5.
Yeah, yes. Looks like he's removing it out.
Oh, he's going to
fine
life. No triggers, which is very good for Jay, but I think swinging at board would have been the better because now he can potentially just swing wide. Unless he's just trying to get to top end and then just rely off that.
Yeah, again, like it's hard to tell. I don't know if he, like, I know there's Shanks. I can't tell if he has like 10 drop Dofis.
I believe that might be the
or if they're-
PRB kid.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, that they might be the PRB kid. But even with Bonnie being defensive, like you don't want that many, you know, characters on board.
Correct, and that's why it's a little confusing.
Because usually Bonnie kind of wins by just draining Katakuri's hand and not letting him, you know, go for game.
Which David is pitching a lot of cards, but at this point he's pretty established to go maybe another body to go wider here.
Yeah, as Kata, I would definitely just keep going wide. So it seems like it's not like, unless he's saving a Nami or something for later, so he can at least still get the draw off and pop something more meaningful. But, you know, looking at how the Bonnie's playing, he's not playing down his 5 cost, so that's already a tell.
Yeah, that the Bonnie's kind of doesn't have any of its pieces that it needs, and not even seeing the jewelry Bonnie's, you know, Supernova Searcher or Baby 5 Searcher puts this Bonnie in an even worse spot. So he chose to do the leader ability, resting the Gadatsu, and then blocking to kind of stay a little healthy. But you recommend he should have took the life, correct?
Yeah, I think he should have just took the life. Two Okiko, okay. Or
Going
Okiko
wide.
and Pero. Yeah, this is a spot where Bonnie doesn't want to be in anymore. And
Even
goes-
with, I believe he's at 8 done?
And with the board, this, 1, 2, 3.
No, he's
let's
at
see.
9.
He's at 9, yeah.
So he could do a 8-drop kid.
Yeah, he could just establish kid. I don't know if I would maybe still turn it and play like a blocker off of it if he has that in hand. And even though you're not attaching the Dawn, he's probably still going to target it. If he doesn't and he goes for life, that's also fine. as
It's
the Bonnie
definitely
player.
something he should do, especially since if he wants to swing at the kid, he's going to have to establish Don on each of the characters.
Yep.
And potentially next turn, all he does is a 10 mom.
Yeah.
So then this is where he should have took the life last turn and left the kid killer on board. To at least have something to protect this 8-drop
Yeah,
kid.
they have something to protect, or Kata has to get rid of it. Yeah, I would definitely take life. Because once 10 Mom comes down, you're losing a life anyway. It's not going to hand. And if and it looks like he has Kid, I would want all the counter and blockers possible.
Oh, Obstacle Hody Jones instead.
That's also fine, because then he's taking another life, and he's going to, it looks like, just go for board. Also, some people get scared too, but like 70% of the time, I'm always okay with just attacking the Kiku and letting him heal.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, to take pressure off.
Well, because he's too wide right now.
Well, at that point, why not just go for Gadatsu and then get a body off? Or ask for counter. Gadatsu would be the better target so he doesn't search off the Parasparrow.
Yeah, I would rather avoid Parasparrow than Kiku. But yeah, just 1K counter.
Nope, and he does save it.
Yep.
Now decides to clear it. I think last turn, being able to clear it would have been better instead of swinging at life. Because then now you could have went for either Pero or Kiko to take the pressure off.
Yeah, because on an 8th on turn for Kata, that's usually when you see 2 characters come down.
And then now, if he has a 10 Mom, more than likely that is going to be the play here for David.
Yeah, and David is very healthy right now. Even though he could do some damage, like attaching wide, you really don't need to. Because once Big Mom is on board, you're kind of in a bad situation.
And at this point, I would take this life from the Kikonojo swing.
Yeah, I would have took it.
I think he's trying to stay as healthy as possible, giving him the counter now, so that if he does drop the 10 Mom, he'll at least have 1 life left. And there goes the 10 Mom. Could have potentially just took both life. And then got only a heal for himself. Because in here, he can establish the Kid, try to survive. But then I believe Big Mom, you just stack it on there and just swing wide with everything else.
Yeah, because with a board this wide, I mean, and especially with how healthy David is, I mean, you could just start slapping tons of Dawn on characters. You'll get rid of that Kid. It's going to force a lot of counter out of hand.
4 in hand. He could remove board, but at this point, you're kind of in a rough spot. If the Big Mom was rested, you could have shanked it, got rid of the pressure.
You kind of have to get rid of board at this point. It does stink that one of them is a Parasparrow, so it's just another search for Big Mom.
And not only that, a heal off Kiko.
Yeah, but you have to try and turtle up.
So go 7 at the Parasparrow
So
here.
there's 8 Dawn left, so doesn't look like Kid is coming down.
Yep. So Parasparrow is knocked and gets to search the top 3 for a Big Mom Pirates card. More than likely, if a Big Mom is there, grabbing a Big Mom or a Katakuri.
Yep.
Ooh,
Oh,
whiffs.
whiff.
That's honestly the best case scenario right there.
Yeah, Kata has evolved so much. Like it's not crazy for your puddings and your paros to whiff.
Yeah, it's not running that full engine like it used to. Obviously, the Okikus and then the Onamis, none of them being Big Mom Pirates, you risk them all going to the bottom now. 10 at Kiko.
Yeah, if that was his plan in the beginning, I definitely would have attacked Kiku first, just because if maybe his only option off the Pero was counter, again, we know he whiffed now, but it would have made it harder to counter out.
True. Or the Kiko heals one and he would have found something off of Pero as well.
Yeah. So after using 4 Dawn already, it looks It looks like maybe he's going to slap down a couple chump blockers.
And that's going to be best case scenario here, leaving one Don up.
Yeah.
Being able to at least rest the leader, because he will swing a big mom, I'm assuming.
He might also, again, I don't know how much his hand has changed. That's actually
Oh.
good. That's perfect.
So no 10 mom next turn.
Yep. But more likely than not, his Hodie's going to get removed.
Yeah.
Oh, he's
13 to life.
That's
I don't think he really cared to go for board because sitting at 5 life.
yeah. I mean, he's so healthy. I don't think he cares. He just wants to end this game.
And in worst case here, David has Katakuri, puts the Onami in the life, and still heals this turn, establishing a big body.
Yeah, that's worst case. Oh, it's good. Don't. Oh, looks like he got his 10-drop Dofi off of last life.
Just a turn.
Which I was wondering
too
if
late.
that was kind of the game plan, hoping that he could just do like Dofi stuns, but
Looks like slapping it all on the Onami. So swings 11 to try to go for game right here.
ooh. And I think that might be the last of his counter. I think
Yep.
that's just all bricks at this point.
Barely gets out of it. You do see the shanks there and another kid.
Yeah, there's no way out of this. You can't control the board anymore.
And not only that, sitting at 5 life as well.
Yeah.
That Onami put in work right there. 11K
I know.
swing.
Should have swung at it.
Yeah, goes back to that. You never know when that card will come
Yeah,
back.
because as Bonnie, like even if it's just a little chump body like that, keeping Kata at only like 1 to 2 characters is how you're gonna win. I don't care if it's a Big Mom or an Onami.
And he's making dents into the life. Paris Sparrow trigger. You do see I believe those are just Nico Robbins from OP9,
Yeah.
which is a very great card. Trashing your opponent's life if you have 3 or more, or if they have 3 or more life.
Yep.
Not sure what the game plan is here for the Bonnie. Could swing the Hody into the Onami again. Could swing at leader, potentially getting another trigger off a life.
Yeah.
There's no chump blocks in hand, which we do know. At best, he does have 10 drop, but 10 drop doesn't help him at this very
Yeah,
moment.
because he already gave a trigger or a body triggered out.
And that's where it's very risky.
Yep. Yeah, I don't think it's possible with hand size, even if you kid and did a chump blocker. I mean,
If there was no Paris Sparrow trigger, we would have been sitting very good here. And you do see there, that is what was in favor for David there, triggering out that Paris Sparrow. Any way you look at it, and Jay does end up scooping.
Yep.
He was in a spot where there was no coming out of it.
yeah, there wasn't any way that you were going to come back from that.
No, being able to trigger out that that extra body from life is what set him up. Could have 10 drop dough feed, stun 3, and then pass, leaving him with at least 2 to 3 life. Potential other big mom, but either way, it was kind of offset wrong. Not seeing any bodies until like turn, I believe 4 or 5 for Bonnie.
Yeah.
Put it in a rough spot. Other than chump blockers, nothing else at the floor or field. No Carrot, no Cavendish.
Yeah, there was no mid-game plays, but, I mean, it's not like you have to have them. You could still kind of get away just, again, trying to stall that hand, keep the board as clean as possible, so they can only get like one attack in, maybe two, and then putting those blockers out when he did, or at least using them, I don't think was the best. Just because you would need that for a kid play if you needed to, and then also again just taking life, because you need that counter for when your kid is down.
Yeah. And honestly, leaving the Gadatsu up a turn, also, swinging at life, he's going to take it. And if he would have swung at the Gadatsu, potentially you're taking all the cards from hand, or Gadatsu just goes to the trash and you're taking pressure off. Same thing with the Onami, like you said. Leaving it on the board, it ended up coming out later with an 11K swing instead of
Because
just
that
sitting there
ended
the
up
rest of the
taking
game.
all your counter out of your hand.
Yeah, so, definitely different plays that could have been done. But it is what it is. I try sometimes.
He got red. Look at it. He got red.
So yeah,
You did well. Looks like Jay is potentially out of here.
I don't know.
Yeah, playing two bodies for Kata and then not swinging was definitely a rough spot.
That's pretty good. For our second time.
We do have the main man himself here, Sully, checking in on the stream.
Yep.
I don't know if you're trying to feed your kids tonight.
Seeing all of you guys watching here, checking the view count.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was just a really bad matchup for Bonnie. Katakuri, again, big mom taking the life, doesn't matter how much counter you got. Establishing a big body. But not only that, went wide and removed the bodies off the field, checking its own life. You can set it up, trigger out bodies from there.
Yeah, it's just a rough matchup overall, and that's kind of why I was saying, like, just take your life, turtle. That's how you're going to win. I mean, sometimes you just take it away normally, having a Cavendish, but with the amount of KO power that Kata has, they still have the triggers. Kikanojos are annoying, and then if they're healthy and put down a 10 mom,
Yeah, it's just a rough spot for the Bonnie.
Yeah.
But there is 13 minutes left in this round for round 4.
Yep.
2 more rounds after this, as they did announce prior to this round starting. From what it's divvied up, the X1s will pretty much get it undefeated by that round 6.
Yeah.
And then we will be going to top cut of top 8 players. I did request a deck breakdown. Not sure if they got it while everyone is here. There's a lot of people starting to drop from the event.
Yep.
So I know we're not going to get the entire deck list breakdown, but for sure top 8 will be gotten. But yeah, we will be taking a mini break here since we do have at least 12 to 13 minutes left before the next round. No, Chris, this is being streamed on Twitch, Facebook, and YouTube. So we're streaming onto 3 different platforms here on the Sully's Abode channel. I believe it's just called Sully's Abode across all 3 platforms as well. So definitely multiple different places to watch the stream here.
They're not. Are they doing any little side events, or this is it?
No side events today.
Okay.
Again, capped out 80 people, so 74 showed up. So there was no room for side events here
Yeah,
today.
because I guess you do kind of have to go off of what's there and not wait for people to drop. Because if not enough people drop, there just isn't room.
Yeah. But yeah, again, we'll be taking a mini break here and catch you guys at the start of round 5 here in a second.
DC. I'm gonna need a few DCs.
Excuse what?
Diet.
Thank you.
Thank you. Make it easy.
All right, and we are going into round 5, and we have
When you guys are ready, can you
a Doflamingo versus a Shanks here. It's going to be, I believe, Vaughn playing Doflamingo, and
And then Theo is playing Shanks.
yep, this matchup can go either way. If Dofin can see every single piece that it needs, like Jinbei to Weevil or Jinbei to Boa, and flood the board, Shanks can potentially just get rushed down right here.
Yeah, and if Shanks, in the opposite way, if it sees its pieces, if it could see Rayleigh's, just keep board control while establishing bodies, you'll be okay.
It just needs to make it to late game. That's the
Yeah.
only thing. It does have the Gum Gum Red Hawk as well,
Yep.
which is
Way to counter and pop a body.
It has got to be a 4K, but using your own leader ability can get it down to that 4K range. And looks like someone potentially lost a card here, so they are looking for it right now.
Second time today.
Yeah, it is the second time today. First one was a Kaido sleeve. They did announce that earlier.
And I think that was a Perona. They're going to need that.
Yep. So you do see here, Theo is on the right side playing Shanks, and Vaughn on the left playing Doflamingo.
Theo won dice roll. Do you still go second as Shanks in this matchup, or just go first?
It's a little tricky. Potentially you go second and then have the Don up for the Gum Gum Red Hawk
Yeah,
to be able to start countering out and
that's true.
remove.
Just early removal.
But at the same time, you're giving Dofi that aggression that it wants at the same time, so it's kind of tricky. But again, this is round 5. One more round. I think a potential other round. There are 5 undefeated, so there is 1 down pair currently.
Yeah.
So I guess it's dependent on whether or not we get there within these 2 rounds.
And that was the signal to start round 5.
Yep. And I believe currently right now, before we go into this round, so these are the 2 undefeateds. And we also have the Boa player from earlier, Ezequiel, facing off against Abani.
Yes.
So,
yes. Boa
so we
against
have
Bonnie.
Abani, Boa, Shanks, Dofi, and another Doflamingo player that are undefeated currently.
Yep.
Which the other one being Wimmy. Honestly, Doflamingo, you want to, going first, maybe Teach. See Teach off, be able to stack your deck and start putting that pressure on.
Yeah, because also, too, with the Teach, I mean, then that's going to be a target for removal and not one of your other bodies.
So Theo chose to go first instead of going second, which, again, you're taking that early aggression from Doflamingo, and he's putting the pressure on them as well. So swinging 8, Doflamingo takes it. They typically like to take their life early. I mean, no reason not to.
Yeah. Yeah, and the reason why I brought up maybe going first is because, yeah, this is your usual forward-on play with Dofi, and then that way it's still just keeping another attack isn't coming through, or he
Yeah.
doesn't have to use counter.
But now, this next turn, he could swing wide, go all 3
Yeah.
to face, and putting that pressure on the Shanks. So if he has it, the Red Hawk potentially having it up, but you do see the Lucky Roo, which is not a bad option to use right here as well.
Yeah, Lucky Roo would be a good option,
You could pop, whatever body doesn't swing with.
and that's what it looks like he's going to be doing.
Yep, so 6 gives him a 2K. Potentially, I would have probably taken it, but also when he gets the top end, you don't want to start taking all the big swings also.
Yeah. You don't want to be taking, like, these chump swings right away.
Yeah, once he starts swinging 8 with Rayleigh, 9 with Dragon, and
Yeah.
10, 12 with the Shanks. So Sengoku searching, looking for a piece that he wants. Potentially maybe a Boa, or, there's the Teach right
Probably
there.
also, I don't know if he
Yep.
has a Law in hand. That's also another play you could do this turn if you want. Just bounce the Lucky Roo back.
And then you could establish the Teach right here. Which I believe if he has the bounce law, that is the better option here. Teach and then stacking the law up to get the
Yep.
swing through.
And then just get your Sengoku back to hand.
Does he have it? No, it looks like a Weevil. Oh,
I haven't seen.
Wasn't able to see what he was putting on the top. So, do you get rid of the Weevil? Oh, Jinbei? Does he have the law? Oh, he does have the law.
Maybe it sounds silly, but I would have just done the.
The law. I would have did the
I
law
would have just done the
itself.
law standalone, because then you just got rid of Sengoku, which would have been the perfect
And then you
bounce
could have
target.
searched again itself. So you could have gone 5 cards deeper, found a different piece to utilize with this teach.
Yeah.
Oh, trigger from Shanks. Oof. Do you think it would have been better to hold on to that card instead? Next turn, going into Ben Beckman turn. Oh, he's got Newgate, so he's going to potentially try to do Newgate instead.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I maybe would have kept it, or maybe not, because he doesn't have the best chance to use it right now. Because again, like you said, dropping down the Newgate, you're not keeping 2 Dawn up.
Yeah. So yeah, at least you're alleviating a swing this turn.
Yeah.
Ends up giving the blocker Rayleigh with Bad Manners Kick Course, giving him plus 3k to get out of that 7k swing there. And drawing for the turn, we do know. Oh, looks like he just drew a dragon. Oh no, it was a Newgate. Is that his second Newgate then?
Oh, is that the. No, he did draw a dragon.
Oh yeah, there
Yeah.
he goes. So he does have a dragon. So Newgate on play will give his leader a Dawn, which will allow him to swing for 6 right here. And then I believe he pops what, a 5 or 4?
Newgate?
Yeah.
Newgate's a 5.
5. So he can get rid of the law or the teach. I think I would, as much as the
Getting rid
teach
of the.
is useful, I would probably get rid of the law so you can't chain the blocker laws.
Yeah, I would definitely get rid of it.
So chose to get rid of the law. And also gave him 2 1Ks from hand to save the Jinbei.
And that's where, too, not doing that Jinbei into law, and then using law to get that Sengoku back to hand and getting just more value off of it.
Because you would have been up 1 card, search through.
Because Dofi's hand isn't looking.
No, I believe he's only got 4. Yeah, so very low hand size, and this is where Dofi does not want to be at. Yes, he's been putting the gas, pedal to the metal here, but he's starting to run out of a little bit of gas here.
Yeah, and it's not looking like he has any 1 Dawn options. He doesn't know what the top of his deck is.
No, there's been no Prona, no Boa.
And it looked like he might have had one of his, Grav Blades or Red Rocks in hand. One of them looked like an event.
Yeah. And this is where it goes to that, if he would have bounced that Sengoku, probably find a Boa or something else to utilize this turn to kind of restack the top and know what he's going to swing into.
Oh, it's not. It's Femur is what he's got in hand. So that's a brick right there. It looks like he has a Weevil, a Jinbei.
So he could do Jinbei to Weevil.
I mean, I think that's just the optimal play. At this point, you just got to keep going wide, unless he's really wanting to get rid of that Newgate.
I believe he's also has 5 cards in hand right now. Yep. So you could start poking at the Newgate, but it's what, a 7?
7/8.
Yeah, 7/8.
Yeah.
You're asking for quite a bit of Dawn there.
Yeah, because it looks like he is going to do a Jinbei the Weevil.
Oh, he's going to life.
Yeah.
Oh, Rayleigh. Rayleigh's a perfect card for the Shanks player here.
Yeah, because even though the Dragon, obviously it's good to stay on curve, that's just, you play that card as soon as you get it against Dofi.
He's doing another 7 here, and I think he's just trying to put pressure on the Shanks player to get him down to the point where he could just femur past any blockers that he does try to utilize.
Now, seeing that he ditched 2 1Ks and not a 2K, he has 5 cards in hand. I mean, I think it's still better to go wide for Dofi, but he might be considering just slapping all 5 Dawn on lead and swinging into.
Maybe try to blind leader effect.
Yeah. Yeah, no, he's doing that.
Nope.
I think he
could,
had to
could
do
still
that.
do leader ability here. Or
Oh
teach
yeah, with
ability.
teach.
But what is there to do?
I think he just has a teach and a croc.
Hmm.
So I don't know if he's gonna be wanting to play out the croc right now because he would just be playing over another character.
Yeah, not worth it. So
No.
you do see he's swinging 6. At this point, the new gate stayed. He can slap down this Rayleigh, give something -3, -2, pop a Weevil, pop another body with the new gate, and then swing over something else with the Shanks and clear 3 bodies this turn.
Yep.
And put Dofi in a really bad spot here. Yep, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Honestly, best targets is probably that standing Weevil. And
I think both Weevils.
Yeah. And then swing 6 at the Weevil, asking for a 2K from the Dofi.
Yeah, but he might. Yeah, I guess if you're gonna swing into the Weevil, you do got to make it a 6.
Yeah. And then not only that, it's going to stay a 4K through the entire turn.
Yep.
So he did KO one of the Weevils. The other Weevil, did he choose the other Weevil? Yep. And he is deciding to swing 6 at the Weevil. Is it worth saving?
The amount of cards he has in hand. Well, he'd be getting rid of every option. At that point, then you basically are surviving with what he's going to give you off life later, but Shanks isn't going to start swinging at life.
Yeah.
Dropping.
So he does save the Weevil, which is now going to force this new gate to only be able to knock 1. Which is okay, because now, like how we talked, he could just attach all the Dons, swing wide, and then perfume next turn, and potentially just sneak a win.
At that point, I think, yeah. I think you have to gamble a little bit. And again, considering last turn he dropped 2 1Ks to, protect his life.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Oh, there's a Boa right there. I think Boa is what needs to be grabbed here.
yeah, at this point, you just have to grab Boa.
So there's the Boa. You can play the Boa, and then even then still use the teach ability to put Don on
Yep.
your leader. And what does he have? I do know he has the 0 cost event in hand.
Oh, yes, he did grab another one.
Swings 8 with the Jinbei. With Shank's ability, he could get it down to 7 and give him 3K.
Yeah, I think he just got to counter that one.
Yeah, because then what he could do is swing 5 with the Weevil. Oh, so there he goes. The 0 cost event with another new gate. And I believe slapping the Boa down is definitely the better option here. Looking at top 3.
Yeah, Shanks is also getting whittled down pretty nicely here.
Not bad. It can establish another body over the Sengoku. What is that? A Mihawk? Oh, double Mihawk. At this point, I would do it just to establish another body. So
Yeah.
Force the.
You just need another swinging body at this point. Because if everything goes right, I mean, Dofi, I think, could just get game next turn. On his next, on his next turn.
Now, do you teach, attach 2 rested Don to the Weevil, put the perfume at the top, poke to get more counter out or potential getting the life?
Yeah, I think you do.
Yep, there you go. And that's exactly what he decides to do here.
He's on the Weevil to swing 6.
Gives him the 2K, so now basically at this point, maybe a 10 cost Shanks.
If he has it, unless, was that another Rayleigh? I thought
If-
I saw some gold.
If it's another Rayleigh, yup,
Yep.
yup, another Rayleigh. This is exactly what he needed at this moment right here. So 3, Boa, and then the Weevil, I would imagine again.
Also, Dofi has no cards in hand, so
Yeah,
do
you
you
can just swing over the...
do you just pop the Teach?
I think I would just get rid of board here. Give the -2 to the Weevil. And you could still pop Teach. No, you'd want to get rid of the Boa just to get rid of that blocker. Oh, but there is a world where he does do Perfume.
Yeah.
Give the 2K buff and then use the Teach ability to give him another 2. Don.
Yeah, because he's not going to be really resting any Dawn, so that's how he could rest it.
Oh, there he
Yep.
goes. He does decide to pop the Teach. Because the Boa is going to be essentially useless next turn. Oh, there you go.
Yep. And then,
And then I would clear the Mihawk.
yeah. Because Jinbei isn't going to be getting... Yeah, I would have just got rid of me.
Yeah, so just the Mihawk. And potentially this is still potentially enough to go for game here. Just depends on how he swings out.
I think so.
Maybe
Because even with like another like Red Hawk trigger or something crazy, like I think Dofi's okay. But you know what? I think a Shanks, I think is still holding on to a Rayleigh blocker.
yeah, but at this point he needs to get past. He needs to be able to connect just 2 swings here.
Yeah.
And maybe it's swinging 5 and 5.
And then I would still
Or,
just
not
blind
5,
leader
5.
ability.
10-10.
Do you leader ability here?
No, I would go all in like he's trying to do here, potentially. And 10 is the number because if he did leader ability at 9. Oh,
Yep.
and clinches the win right there. The Avon.
Yeah, there was just too much aggression early.
Yep.
So maybe going second probably would have been better for Shanks, but yeah, because he did win dice roll, so maybe it would have been better because then he would have been using leader ability or just playing out, you know, his stackers right away and not having the counter out too early.
Yeah. Not only that, but he just had a lot of top end also.
Yeah.
And kind of was forced to take a lot of those swings. He was countering out a decent amount, but going wide just kind of puts that time clock on the Shanks. So you're just dwindling the hand. If he was able to see the 10 cost Shanks and give everything the -1 buff, would have been in a better spot.
Well, by the time it was a Sindon turn, it was just the Rayleigh play, which actually, well, what that?
It helped
I
him
think that was
out,
still
being able to
correct.
remove the most bodies, but
Yeah.
it's just a really tough situation at that point. But that is the end of round 5. Dofi taking that round over Shanks.
Yep.
Not sure. Looks like the other two pairs of the undefeateds are still going, which we still have a Boa facing a Bonnie and another Doflamingo facing a
Against Kata.
Katakuri. So
Yeah, the Kata we saw earlier.
pretty tough matchup for the Dofi because you never know, Katakuri could trigger out any popping bodies
Yep.
from life. They obviously have the Egghead Nami and the Egghead Luffy. So
And then also having 10 rejects as Dawn. I mean, he could pop anything he wants.
that is true. The Dofi. Boa, I would actually like to see Boa going into the finals. It's facing a Bonnie right now. I'm not sure how that matchup is, but you can red rock the kids.
It's not the hardest matchup ever. again, it's kind of the same thing as just every Boa going against every other top end deck. It's just control. I
Yeah.
mean, for his 5s, if he starts going wide with 5s, he gravity blades, just keep getting rid of his big body. Yeah.
Yeah, it puts the pressure on.
Oh, and then his Kaido too can, return his kids the hand,
And
return his
Rosinante.
chump blocker. Yeah, at the same time.
So you just put pressure on.
Yeah.
Grab blade the Carrot Cavendish, just like
Mm-hmm.
Enma was saying.
And then your hand really isn't being whittled down either because you're constantly just doing that balancing act of being at 5 cards.
Oh yeah, because you're consistently drawing from your leader
Yeah,
ability.
so like even though you can stall because again the amount of bricks in Boa, like I guess that's kind of the way that it dies.
Yeah, this is true. I actually did beat a Boa yesterday at locals using a smoker deck. Smoker, in my opinion, slept on. Very fun deck.
I hate going against Smoker. I mean, it'll be like turn 3, they have 9-10 cards in hand, and then when you're playing a top end deck, even though it's realistically only popping or KOing like once a turn, unless you have like some brooks on the field, it's such a nasty deck.
Yeah, very fun deck, in my opinion.
Well, that's what we started on.
Yeah, back in OP2, that was my first deck when I was playing.
Yeah,
so
and that was a way different Smoker. That was I have no cards in hand because I'm trying to KO your board.
This is when I didn't use Ice Age because it was so bad.
Yeah, it actually was bad at the time because I mean it was just a whole bunch of weenies.
Yeah. How many? I'm only using 2 Jacks in the list, no Kaidos currently. I did consider throwing in some of those Kaidos to kind of give it a different option to be able to remove a lot of the higher end stuff, at least 8 drops, but I haven't found any tech spots for it yet.
I kind of like the Jack anyway because that's another deck that gets very bricky, where like they might have like 7-8 cards in hand, but like
Brick.
3K counter.
I got Ice Ages, Morias, and then a Jack.
Yeah, so it's good to just be able to cycle and just be like, maybe I have too much removal, whatever. So I think that's better.
But
It's
potentially going into next set, Kaido is something to throw in there.
Yeah, I mean, you're probably going to need to against Blackbeard because there will be more Blackbeards around.
Yeah. But as far as the smoker list, I am going to potentially upload a deck list to the YouTube channel. SG TCG, which is the channel that I run, do commentary, gameplay. Usually get a lot of content here at the Abode on Wednesdays, which I have been preaching. Wednesdays is League Night here, which you are playing for points to get free product for OP10 when it does drop.
Yep.
So if you want to get some OP10 product or whatever set we're going to go into, it's a good way to start getting some points and potentially get some free product. I think last set, the first place took home almost 2 boxes worth of OP9 for this set. Second was a box, and then the rest had just dwindled down.
And it's just a reward for just consistently coming to locals on Wednesday. Even if you aren't like the best player or whatever, you're still going to be racking up points if you just consistently go.
And they do, I think, 1.5 pack per head, so 20 people show up, that math just gets split out. I've seen people take home pretty much a box on a day of League.
I've seen over a box.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. So 38 packs if 25 people show up for League Night, for potential prizing for that day. So very good prizing even throughout the week at League Night. And as a reminder, these events, this like 1K store credit tournament, they're going to attempt to do these monthly. So once a month, this is going to be going on. So just keep an eye on the Discord. Make sure you're checking in there. They usually ping all the One Piece players to let them know of big tournaments that are going to be coming out, new stock that they got in store. So very good way to kind of keep informed of what's going on at the store, especially for big events like this if you want to participate.
Yeah, and these big events, too, just brings like a whole new fun experience than just normal locals. And what was that? The entry wasn't even too bad for this one, I
believe entry was $25 to play today. You got 4 packs of OP8 and then a chance to win, it's like a raffle. Not a raffle, but like a grab bag of promos. So this is a CS Frankie that my buddy got. I did see like Zerajuros in there, the new event Zerajuro. I did see Kobe participations.
Oh,
Yeah,
oh, that's
if
good.
you got a Kobe, you are up.
Yeah.
So many different things to grab from that grab bag of promos. So very worth it. Not only that, very great practice for regionals, like I said earlier.
Yeah.
We do have Dallas next month if you're going to One Piece Day. You got Peoria coming up. You have a bunch of online treasure cups
Yep.
and online regionals being announced. So very good time to get to practice while you can and start getting those reps and getting ready.
Yeah.
But we have 12 minutes left into the round, so they're still going at it. We're going to be taking a break here until the start of round 6 and potentially the last round before Top Cut. So we'll catch you guys in a minute.
that's fine.
right, we are back for round 6. It's going to be a Dofi mirror for the last round, potential last round. So it was just announced that there's 3 undefeated. So if the undefeated that is down pair loses right here, it will be the end, and we will be going into top cut. And we got Mr. Suleiman here.
Yeah.
He's all right.
Hey, it's all right. It's whatever.
But yeah, the finals or potential final round is going to be Dofi versus Dofi here, which is going to be Wimmy and Vaughn, again, who we just saw in the last round. And then the other undefeated, which is the Boa. The Boa did make it to round 6 undefeated.
Yep.
We'll be facing a Lucci.
Yeah, which is kind of a tough matchup for Boa because it's not keeping a board up as well.
Correct, yeah, they're bouncing. Well, one's bouncing and bottom decking, the other will be KOing.
Yeah.
Do you have them like become smaller or something?
No, they're
So,
Do you do like the smaller?
Rolling for
we do
turn.
see. I can't really see the dice.
Yeah,
what
it
she
glared right
rolled.
there. Yeah, I can't see.
Looks like 1. She's using those Perona dice. I know she does kind of.
I like what we have right now. It's clean.
When you guys are ready,
just
put the headset on. Thank you.
I do know Wimmy kind of sells those Perona dice, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm not sure. Okay, so Wimmy's going first.
Which is kind of debatable. Sometimes going second in the Dofi Mare is what you want to do to potentially do, Jinbei to Weevil, and then on your 6th on turn, Boa stack leader ability.
Yep.
So I know going second in the mirror is typically what you want to do, but again, going first as Dofi, you just put so much pressure on your opponent.
Yep.
And who knows, you potentially see a Jinbei and then stack something else from like a Perona stack.
Yeah, because I feel like, on forward on turn, I feel like Dofi's still just going to take that hit like 9 times out of 10, even though it's a 5, just because it gives them more options, and they usually don't care too much. But again, the mirror, I'm not exactly sure.
This mirror essentially comes down to who can see the most bounce laws and teach first.
Yeah, it's just who can keep their board wide.
And Wimmy is going to open up with a Sengoku search.
Yep.
Oh, and there you go. Seeing that Jinbei, very essential.
Sorry.
If she has the 2-cost teach to go with the Jinbei, she's going to be setting up her next turn to be in a very good spot.
Yeah.
And they are adjusting the cameras currently right now from what it looks like. So we'll see here. Vaughn ends up opening up with Perona. The better turn to play would be Sengoku, if you had it, to a Perona stack. That is like the best turn 2 for a Dofi player. But a Perona is just as good here, in my opinion. Because you do see there is a Jinbei there in hand. Or not in hand, but in that stack going second. So he sets the stack and then passes. At this point, again, if Wimmy has a 2-cost teach, and here he goes. Teach, probably setting that Jinbei up.
Yep, that's actually perfect.
So, gas opening here from Wimmy.
Yep, because you're not having the blind swing. You establish your teach, which is just so good.
And to Weevil.
The perfect combo right there.
Yep, and swing 7. More than likely just takes like Vaughn just did. Again, no point in countering early.
No.
You can pretty much take a decent amount of cards, but you also have to play around pudding in this matchup.
I was actually curious because I haven't noticed most Doflamingos still play pudding. I know that might sound a little ridiculous, but
yeah, I would always run pudding.
I guess also too for BY you have to.
Yep, that card can change a lot. Oh, and then a good answer back from Vaughn, swinging 8, establishes his own teach, setting up that Jinbei, and then playing that bounce law from hand, bouncing the Perona back.
Yep.
Able to clear the Jinbei and put the Weevil back to hand. Although Wimmy can still just do the teach ability here, it's a great way to alleviate that pressure that would have came the next turn. Weevil will draw, and she still has 1 Dawn, but again, this Teach will give her those 2 Dawn to be able to use the leader ability,
Yep.
which is why this Teach is such a great card. Some have been saying that it could potentially be banned on this upcoming ban list, being announced at Worlds.
Yeah, I could see that because, like, if for some reason, they do ban it, it doesn't, like, affect the play style of the deck, but it just gets rid of that tool that just, you know,
You take away the gambling, or the first sure hit, and they're going
yeah.
to be back to gambling like how it used to be.
Yeah, you don't have to have the Perona. And also good just for still hitting hard each turn.
Oh, yeah. And then the perfume combo with Teach is absolutely amazing.
Yep.
Can't see what's in Vaughn's hand currently, but you're gonna have to answer this Weevil here. Oh, he does have the Perona that he did bounce, or did he just pitch it?
I think he pitched that. So I think he has a Weevil in hand. Maybe that was a 2K Croc I saw. It's hard to tell.
You know, seeing 2 Doflamingos, you would think that the match would go fast since both are very aggressive decks, but this mirror match usually goes to time every single time.
Yeah, because it is just a constant balancing act of having to get rid of their board. Because if you don't swing into their board or answer their board, you're just, starting to slide down.
It's who can keep the board the longest.
I think he's going to do the Weevil. Yep.
Which is good because it allows him to find a piece that he could have potentially needed here.
Yep.
So here he's starting to poke. I believe the best thing to do here is probably take the life. It's Wimmy's first hit. Why not
Yeah,
give
you might
yourself
as
some
well.
options?
It's just more counter, and if Dofi swung really hard on the Weevil, I don't know if you would counter out.
Oh, so she does decide to give the prone out. Swinging 6. Honestly, I think swinging 6 at the Weevil would have been a little bit better. Because again,
Yeah.
you're gonna take a counter from her hand, and then swing 7 again. Oh, there you
Oh,
go.
he's bouncing.
Yeah, maybe just swinging 5 to leader would have been pretty good.
Yeah, but I think poking at that Weevil probably was better, just another card out of hand. But maybe
Well,
he's just trying to make some progress.
You could have swung 8 at the Weevil with your leader.
Yeah.
Potentially cleared, or take 2 cards from hand, use the bounce law, bounce the other active Weevil, and then you're taking the pressure away.
Yeah.
And having her to forcefully have to play out another Weevil again.
Because I think the 2 pokes, like with 5, would have probably ended in the same result.
And here comes the Sengoku search, looking for some type of options. Jinbei is a great option.
Yeah.
Could do Jinbei to the Weevil.
And then also, too, knowing your opponent has that bounce law in hand, that's also just good to have again, just getting rid of the pressure on the other side of the board.
Honestly, knowing that he has a bounce law, I would attempt to get rid of the active or the rested law that is on the field right now, because if that stays on the field, you run the risk of Vaughn continuously just cycling bounce law to bounce law, bounce law to bounce law, and just have a chain of laws going on.
Yeah, because he could use the bounce law effect twice this turn.
If he bounces this rested one with the
Well,
active one.
he can just play it out, bounce itself back, bounce something else back to Wemmy's hand, and then use Teach ability to stack it again. Put it back. That leaves it more vulnerable, but that is a potential play.
Yeah. Well, honestly, you could do 3 bounces in a turn if you're at your 10-Don turn.
Yeah.
Utilizing just the 4-Don for each and then Teach ability.
Yep.
To get a swing in. So you could really clear the field here if that law, if the law sticks here. So ends up doing the boa. I don't think she attached the rest of Dawn anywhere. Or, oh, she's thinking. She's doing the stack right now.
Yeah.
Chooses the bottom deck.
Yeah,
Oh,
just
gonna
got to
go
get rid
for
of
a
law.
7 swing on the law.
Just to
potentially.
guarantee it. And +2, Vaughn only has, I think that's 4 in hand. Yeah.
So yeah, that law is gonna go here. Yep, that is the better option. That is what you need to get rid of,
Yep.
honestly. Vaughn considering on saving the law, but it's not worth it with leader swing still coming out. Or you save it so you can save your Jinbei.
You,
Because
yeah,
you don't
you
want to
could
lose both
save
characters.
it. You're going too low in hand size. And Wimmy still has a big board. She established the boa. So, yeah, you just had to let that go.
Does the teachability, and at this point, swing 8, no? Or she might have another
She-
1-cost search.
Might be doing that. I don't know what she stacked with Teach. I don't know if that was boa. That's what I thought.
So it's going to turn to 8 anyway.
Yep.
And she did bottom deck the other boa, so these are 3 different cards that she can put in any order that she wants. And ends up seeing something that she wants, which could potentially even be a law.
Yeah, because we haven't seen a law from Wimmy yet. Because in this position, I think if she finds a bounce law, that's Vaughn isn't going to be able to rebuild his board fast enough.
And they did just notice that Wimmy had 6 characters on the field, so she ended up putting the Sengoku into the trash because the limit is only 5.
Yep.
So Sengoku's in the trash. 1 Don up. Not worth utilizing a Sengoku
Yeah,
search.
no, you're not going to replace anything.
The
at this
Sengoku
point.
search should have happened first prior to doing Teach to stack the boa.
Yep.
Potentially even finding you a law. Who knows?
Yeah.
But Wimmy is definitely in a better position here. Vaughn is low in hand size. Wimmy has a lot of cards in hand and
Yeah.
a full board here. So starting off with a Perona search. Don't know what is there. Looks like double boa. A Jozu,
Yeah, it looks like you found another law, too.
which the law can be used here to get rid of that Weevil.
Yep, and he has that law in hand
Or
also.
get rid of the boa.
Yeah, I think you bounce the active boa, and then, yeah, hopefully clear board here.
I mean, each
As much
one
as
of
you
them you
can.
get so much value off of.
Yep.
Weevil will get you the draw. Boa lets you see your stack, and it's a blocker.
Yep.
So you could potentially bounce that blocker Boa to at least be able to clear a Weevil. But a lot of cards in hand at this point, I would protect the field that Wimmy has. So Jinbei to Law, I bounced the Perona. Yep, so he does end up bouncing the Boa. Only 2 Don left. Still has the Teach. Is there another Law in hand?
Yeah, I think he. Or, well, no, so he. No, I think he put one on the stack.
Unfortunately, if he does Teach, it kind of messes that stack up.
Yeah. Yeah, he did it kind of backwards from what I thought he was going to do. I thought he was going to stack it, play that one out rested, bounce Perona back to hand, clear whatever he wants to clear on her side of the board, and then play the active one or the one in hand with Teach.
Yeah, that would have been a good way to do it.
And actually, he still could have done the Jinbei Law.
Yeah. The only thing is that the active Boa would still be there. I mean, it's same difference. They're all 6K bodies.
Yeah.
Oh, does the Croc to bounce the Teach back to Wimmy's hand. Which kind of skews her turn a little bit, but 2 Don really isn't going to make much of a difference. She's just gonna end up playing it and using the ability anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I think it skews the turn, but at this point, I don't think it's that bad because she'll still be able to use the rest of Dawn that she used for the play out teach again, and she still has 3 characters on board, so it's not like you're trying to re-flood the whole entire board.
True. And only 2 cards in Vaughn's hand. Very bad spot.
Yep.
How many cards is Wimmy at? She got a
I
grip
think she's
over
at
there.
like 8 or 9. Definitely because of all the bounce laws, just bouncing everything back.
Yeah, that is true. And we're not even at 10 down yet.
No.
Yeah, at this point we have to enter Vaughn's board here. But
Yeah.
2 cards in hand, you swing 7 at, the croc. He's gonna have to let it go. Real big thing here is the law. I mean, you don't want to bounce the law, but there's not much you can really do. Oh, unless you got Gravity Blade.
Yeah, Gravity Blade actually would be a very effective choice right now because he only has 2 cards in hand.
Yep, Grav Blade, the Law, and the Weevil. Getting rid of those 2, and then, swing at the Croc to get rid of it. At this point, I don't mind leaving the Teach on the field because it's dwindling Vaughn's own hand and
Yeah.
utilizing it. So 5 in the Croc lets it go. Oh, Law. Bounces her own Jinbei to bounce the Weevil, and then now she can combo the Jinbei again into something else.
Mm-hmm.
And this is where bouncing the Teach back to Wimmy's hand kind of messes it up because she could have established the Jinbei to something else and stacked on top with the Teach. But now it not being on the field takes that play away from Wimmy.
Yeah, because she's having to utilize more Dawn to keep her board filled. I don't know what she's trying to debate. I'm wondering if she's just debating playing Teach again.
Yeah, and that's what she's probably thinking, because then Teach can just restack a card on the top, and she's got more than enough cards to be able to take, one of these Teach hits to her hand. Swing 6. Obviously, at this point, Vaughn would want to take it.
Yeah.
I thought he potentially had a Grab Blade trigger right there. Do you swing 7 with the boa?
With how many cards Wimmy has in hand, potentially, but with Teach on board and potential for Vaughn to have Pudding, I mean, I guess there's a possibility he could, go for game if she doesn't bounce something else back to hand with, Law.
That is true. But, well, yeah, it looks like she's going to swing 8 at life. I do think it should have been 7 with the boa. And
And then
8
swing
with
8
leader.
with leader.
Yeah, math just maths out a little bit better because now Vaughn could potentially just counter out of this 7K swing. Although it kind of just does the same thing. It's going to ask for 2 cards, 2 2Ks at least.
What'd she put? Oh, yeah, the Jinbei.
Jinbei.
She gonna bounce Law?
She's going to have to remove a card from the field as well.
Yeah.
Now, do you play over the Teach at this point, or do you keep the Teach to cycle in your laws? Which it does look like she wants to put Law down.
I wouldn't be surprised if she just replaced the Teach.
Oh, and for a boa. Oh, it's going to turn this swing into an 8K swing anyway.
Yep. Yeah, because at this point, at the state of the game, she really doesn't need that teach.
No, but it is good to have there just in
Yeah.
case. But I'd rather have a board full of 5K plus
Yeah.
characters than I mean the teach you can get full value off, make itself
Because I
a
think it's
7,
more like
a
if
5.
he like has Grav Blade and tries the clear, then she'll have enough counter, I believe, to at least be able to save what she has left and then go for game.
Yeah. And you know what is unfortunate for this Sengoku is that it cannot search Gravity Blade.
No.
If it could find Gravity Blade, this would just be so much better. And finding that law, you can start to do the cycle of what I was saying prior.
Yep.
So you can swing 5 with the law that is on the field right now, just to put some pressure because you need the 9 Don that he currently has. Oh,
What's he playing? Yep.
oh, okay. Keeping the law there instead. I would have probably opted
bounce
to
out their
do.
law.
I would have swung 5 with the law. I could have swung 5 with the law. Played the bounce law to bounce your own law back to hand, bouncing the boa back. I mean,
Yep.
technically she gets a free block with it, I guess. But yeah, you could have bounced 3 things this turn, bouncing that law back to hand. The only thing is there's a bunch of 6K bodies. Utilizing teachability here, do you swing at the Weevil or go for the clear on the
I think you have
Jinbei?
to go for the most likely for her to get rid
wow.
of.
3 laws.
Oh my gosh.
At this point, I would bounce back the Weevil. Or, I mean, either or.
Yeah, as long as one of the 6K bodies are gone.
Yep. And then probably poke 5 with the other Jinbei to your women's Jinbei.
Then even though it was the smarter play to just fill your board complete like 5, 6Ks, now maybe it feels a little bad that she doesn't have that teach on board anymore.
Yeah. And then you just cycle a bounce law.
Yep.
But I don't think she's seen another bounce law here.
Yeah, so we did get the boa.
Chose to go 5 at the Jinbei. Honestly, Vaughn is in a pretty rough spot here. Even if he goes for a swing, probably another 2K here. And all he has left to protect himself is the boa blocker. So if Wimmy has another teach and a law, she could just go for lethal this time.
Yeah, I was going to say just one more law. Just will change it. I think, did she just draw it? Or is that a that might be the 2K law or... no, I think she did top deck.
Just top deck
another
the
law.
teach. Oh, no, that's a blocker law.
Okay.
But yeah, Vaughn only having 4 or 5 cards in hand. Oh, it looks like 6.
Yeah.
Oh, he's got a pretty decent, healthy hand, to be honest. Chooses to swing 7 at life, giving a 2 and a 1, going down to 4 cards. Ooh, pretty rough spot. Do you just swing 7 across?
So he still has 4. Yeah.
7 here.
Because then it's going to ask for another 2K, 1K, and then obviously it seems like she's kind of going for game here.
Vaughn needs to counter out of this swing because if he doesn't counter out of this,
There could be a femur.
well, yes, not only that, but Wimmy still has 2 potential swings that can potentially get through.
Yeah.
If he doesn't counter out here. Yes, he still has the boa blocker as well, though.
3-1.
3-1.
Okay, so he has 1 card in hand. Yep, bouncing that boa.
And then swinging for the fences here.
Yep.
But again, Wimmy does have a decent hand size, so it all comes down to potential triggers. Oh, wow. Wimmy
Oh.
going in with the win. Only 1K in hand. What an upset play. I wouldn't have thought of doing that.
Yeah, I think like she potentially could have done like another little board clear and rebuilt, but I think it probably was more rewarding just to go for game there because again, Vaughn was back up to 6 cards in hand, double laws.
Yeah, that turn was a for sure having to go for win there for Wimmy.
Yep.
If not on the clapback, Vaughn definitely had the position for going potential lethal. I wouldn't say potential lethal because Wimmy did have a decent hand size.
Yep.
It was just going to be the opposite of what it was, but Vaughn had more bodies on the field to put more pressure.
And also too, considering where Vaughn was at in the game, it also shows the power of that bounce law.
Yeah, it's a very great card.
It turned around the whole game. Yes, he still lost, but it made it where Wimmy had to go for game.
Yeah, and her having her own bounce law definitely helped as well since you were able to bounce the Boa blocker back to Vaughn's own hand. And looks like she did give him one of the Perona dice right there.
Man, I want them.
So definitely a very interesting match. Still 8 minutes left on the clock, which I believe is 5 minutes of overtime. So 3 minutes left in this round before overtime. So match definitely did go to time.
Yeah.
Not sure if the Boa won or lost. I see Easy Cool just left over there. But yeah, that is the end of round 6.
Yep.
Could pull and see if Easy Quill won.
I think.
Yep. So Easy Quill lost this round. So that is the end of Swiss.
Yeah.
So we will be going into Top Cut. Not sure. I think it's going to be top 8. Yeah. So top 8.
Top
so it's going to go off of the Bondi. So depending on your tiebreakers, you may or may not make it. May or may not. Unfortunately, get bumped out due to your tiebreakers. That is a real thing. It sucks.
Yeah, there might be like another X1 or 2 X1s that get kept out of Top Cut, but
Yeah.
it's just how it boils down.
Yeah, so Easy Quill, who was the Boa player that was on stream earlier, ended up losing to a Lucci this round. So definitely an unfavored matchup for Boa.
Yep.
As much as you are bouncing, they are removing and taking your pressure off. And then Lucci's just a beast of his own.
Because part of Boa's thing too, even though it is just bouncing a lot, being able to keep like a couple 6-cost Boas on board, just keeping a board in general, like you still have to push for game.
Yeah. Yeah, but unfortunately for Easy Quill. But he still has a chance of potentially just making it in to the finals for the Top Cut, at least. He is X1, so it all comes down to his tiebreakers, whether he makes it or not. I mean, undefeated till the last round, I think he's pretty much got a spot.
I know.
And all the players in the Top Cut will be receiving some type of prizing, so at least you're not walking away with anything at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, in general, this event, you're not walking away with nothing. You do get 4 packs of OP8 and a grab bag of a championship card, so you are definitely getting some type of participation for the entry, so which is good. But yeah, so now going into top 8, it's going to be split out for the 1K store credit. First place first place gets $400 store credit. Second will get $200. Third and fourth will get $100 each, and everyone from 5th to 8th place will be getting $50 store credit. So at this point, you make top 8, you're getting something. So.
Yeah. I mean, you had your entry paid for, even though participation is already pretty good, and you won something out of it. You didn't get the Top Cut and then lose first round and get nothing.
Yeah, but definitely it's been some very interesting matches. Obviously, we see Doflamingo going to make it. Obviously, probably Vaughn as well with the tiebreakers.
Yep.
I mean, only losing the Wimmy, which is the winner of Swiss.
Yeah.
Was some pretty good. So more than likely, for sure, 2 Doflamingos in the finals for Top Cut. and then we'll see how else it pans out here. But 5 minutes left in, I believe this is overtime, so we're going to cut to a little break before we get into Top Cut. Obviously, they're going to figure out who it is, potential deck checks. I do know there will not be an hour break, so we are just going to run through this Top Cuts.
Yep.
So we'll see from there. We will be back in a minute here, so. All right, and we are back going into Top Cut. This is going to be round 1 going into this. We ended up getting the breakdown for the leaders of top 8. There are 3 Dofis that made it into Top Cut. 1 Enel, 1 Bonnie, 1 Shanks, 1 Ploofy, and 1 Boa. So a little diverse.
Yeah, even with the 3 Dofis, I mean, that's pretty diverse.
Yeah, so all it comes down to this, and believe it or not, there is going to be a Dofi knocked in this round because we are going to have a Dofi mirror match again.
Yeah.
And it'll cut to the players in a second, but it is going to be Wimmy versus Shecky. You know, girlfriend versus boyfriend.
Yeah.
So who's going to be the superior Dofi player?
Oh, well, one person has only played Dofi the whole time. She's been playing One Piece, so.
Correct.
But they're both really great players, so.
Yeah,
I mean,
so Shecky is typically a BY player, so different change of pace. So I'm assuming he knows Dofi like the back of his hand. 'Cause this is probably who he play tests with all the time.
Oh, I'm sure he play tested it constantly with BY.
So again, this matchup is going to come down to, again, who sees the most bounce laws and who can see the teach first to establish the board fastest.
Yep. That's pretty much what it comes down to.
So you got Sully handing out some drinks, some product.
Nothing's free.
What a sight, yeah.
Yeah.
Sully's going to want your life for that water bottle.
Lifelong debt.
Yep. You'll never pay this thing off. But yeah, so very, very healthy breakdown. Obviously 3 Dofis, but again, as put in the chat, there is an Enel, Bonnie, Shanks, Ploofy, and Boa. So very diverse. And looks like round is starting. They're just cutting here at the top table, though, so they still haven't decided who's going to go first yet. And Wimmy rolls a 7.
And I think that was also,
No,
that was a 10, I think. Or 12.
Shecky won. He chose to go first. She's asking him why does he chose to go first, and he chose. And his response says, "You know what?
Yeah.
Dofi aggression. That's what it is. Name of the game." Mulligan. He's very combative. Can they hear them? Can they hear them? Oh. It's very interesting chatter. Try harding here. Honestly, Wimmy kept the hand right away, so probably has good opening hand here. Probably going second, best opening would be Sengoku Perona. Or Sengoku Buggy if needed.
Well, especially, yeah, since she's going second, maybe she saw the djembe into something else.
And we are starting the round. Shecky will start us off with 1 Don. Looks like he has a Buggy, so it's the one that you don't want to play the most, but if that's all you have, that's your only option.
Yeah, it's there.
You do see double Grav Blade there, which is unfortunate. So that's going to end up being the teach, is going to be his next turn.
Yep.
And then obviously we know he's going to be doing Grav Blade. No cards from Wimmy's side, which is it's not good. No stacking, no teach.
Yeah, but she must have kept it just because of...
Probably has a 4-Don turn.
Yeah, has a djembe in hand. But yeah.
So ends up doing the teach, plays out the Boa, so Shecky will be swinging for 8K while reorganizing here.
He can't throw it on the bottom?
He can, but the Grab Blade could actually be very useful
Yeah.
late game. And a lot of lists are running 2 Grab Blades. So, you know, why not at least be able to utilize one of these Grab Blades? And now that you have teach on the field, you know, you're going to be in a pretty decent spot with being able to utilize that Grab Blade and still set a body on the field. So ends up taking that life. Oh. Taps
Did she
2.
get the teach?
Now the teach hits the field. She probably just got that out of life or the top draw.
Yep. And he did bottom deck that stack, right? With the
No,
grab blades.
he left it on top.
He did leave it. So even though you are right, obviously it's very good late game, but I was just thinking more, his hand is already pretty dwindled.
It is, but look at what, you see Wimmy just established 2 bodies while getting rid of the boa.
Yeah.
So already off to great pressure, especially with the teach. You do see there's that grab blade that he stacked. And then now having the Sengoku, you can bottom deck the other grab blade and have no issues with it. Because now we're looking for a different body. And bounce law is probably the best thing to find right there.
Yeah, I feel like unless you're looking specifically for like a djembe or a boa, you're grabbing that law. And he's going to leave 1 Dawn so he can replay that Sengoku and, get his hand size up.
This is true. Although you're only getting 1 rested Dawn, it's still okay. Because now you can still swing 8 at the djembe. More than likely ask for 4K encounter, or it goes to the trash. The Sengoku bounce, and now you can utilize that search to find more stuff.
Yep.
Oh, chooses to bounce the teach.
Because she was going the 6 Dawn turn, so then it just forces her to use that 2 Dawn.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense there. And then even if she plays boa, you won't be able to do that boa play anymore.
Yep.
And looks like the Sengoku might find another law.
Let's see.
Yep, ends
Another
up
law.
grabbing another law.
Perfect.
Which is the better choice? I do see a Weevil and a Jozu there. Obviously, Jozu can't be picked from the Sengoku search, but the law will at least be able to remove the field on Wimmy's side. Unless she establishes a Jozu right here. But not worth it at this point.
Yeah, at this point, probably not, because, you do get the law off the field, so he's not going to be able to really chain anything. But, yeah, because there's no other, really great targets besides just doing teach.
Yeah. So Sheki would be at 7 Dawn next turn. Can utilize Grab Blade.
Yep.
And can poke 5 and 5. Or do you wait till 9 Dawn turn to use the Grab Blade and still be able to use Teach with your leader ability?
I think it's really just going to depend what Wimmy sets up on board.
Yeah.
Because if she starts doing bounce laws of her own, maybe. But I think just having that bounce law, yeah, he doesn't need the gravity blade on 7.
Yeah. And at this point, even then, this this boa here is going to attach an extra Dawn to the leader and swing 8 at the law. So for sure clearing law here. Yep. Unfortunately, law has to go.
Yep.
If he was able to keep the law again, chaining the laws back to back would have been so good for Sheki here. And he needs a bottom decking card. Nothing. Unfortunate. Imagine getting Red Rock or another Grab Blade out of life.
Yeah, because I did see he is running Red Rock in the stack when he was shuffling.
Yeah, I did peep 1 Red Rock. Probably for the Blackbeard matchup or the Shanks matchup to get rid of the 10 drops.
Yeah.
So Wimmy is at 5 cards in hand currently right now. Speaking of Kaya, Kaya is a good tech card in Dofi. Being able to draw 2, discard 2,
Yep.
and then bouncing it back to hand for a 2K. Good way to cycle. I have seen it in the East being used like that.
Yeah. He has Bounce Saw, but it doesn't look like he had. Okay, Bounce Saw and Boa, and I don't think he has any other 4-drops besides maybe a Pudding. I think I saw.
Oh, you do see a Weevil look like on the top stack right there.
Pudding, Moria, and Weevil. I think he really is debating using Moria to get another Law back in hand.
And it's not a bad choice to do either. But you do kind of need to answer this board. 2 6K bodies on the field on Wimmy side
Yeah.
can start to run rampant. And all Sheki has is a Buggy and a Sengoku here. Yeah, very rough spot to be in right here.
Yeah, I think that was the Moria on top.
Establishing it to get the law.
I
Oh no.
Oh no, he's using Teach Effect. Oh, he probably wants to draw it for next turn.
Mm-hmm. He's probably gonna clear the Weevil. Oh, it is a bounce law.
Well, that was from because he had a Bounce Law in hand.
Oh yeah.
And using his Teach Effect. Yep.
Oh, a Sengoku search. So I do know that you can get full value off of the Teach, but why not go for the Weevil there? Clear the board, let her use the Teach ability again,
To keep her hand size down.
because it's going to dwindle the hand size, yes. And yes, she will guarantee a leader swing, but on this upcoming turn, you could grab Blade whatever she plays and then
Yep.
establish and use the Teach ability for your own side and establish another body. Couple options there, though.
See, got a Jimbei.
Jinbei to Law. Probably bounce the Boa back.
Yeah. Because he would probably just block the swing at Law with
Yep.
Boa. I think she's really debating putting that Teach down again or maybe just playing another body.
Not a bad idea. Because again, you can guarantee your leader swing, and then you're establishing another body, making yourself 5. But it kind of makes it so that he has to do that grab blade the next turn. Oh, and she gets rid of his Teach as well,
Yep.
which is unfortunate. He was going to need that for the gravity blade.
Yeah, made the turn awkward now.
Mm-hmm.
Because you Gravity Blade, but you're not establishing anything else.
Just a bunch of banter.
Yeah, I don't know how he's going to play out this turn.
Wimmy telling Checky to go on with the play here. And she's got how many in hand? Looks like 5, 6 cards.
Yeah, already going through 2 Bounce Laws and Trash. It's kind of rough.
Yeah, he does have the Moria to be able to grab it back, but
He does, but
it's a pretty rough spot not having that Teach on the field for Shecky.
yeah.
Because having that, he could have, bottom decked the Bounce Law on Wimmy's side and, potentially Jinbei or the Weevil,
Yep.
and then swing 7 at the rested croc and establish a body. That would have been more ideal right there, or 8 actually.
4 for Moria.
So there goes the Moria
Yep.
to the Law. Still could do the Teach as well, which you do see.
Yep. Yeah, I think he had to go with that play. A gravity blade, like it sounds nice in theory, but he was so behind on board, not having any meaningful bodies.
Yeah, and ultimately wouldn't do nothing in the long run.
No.
Well, it would have slowed down Wimmy, but Wimmy could just reestablish everything again.
Yep. Because then she would also be more incentivized to counter the 7K swing at Croc and then have 3 attacks and maybe put him in a position to go for game. Or not necessarily go for game, but
Put her in a good spot.
yeah, it put her in a really good spot.
Yep, so he has another bounce law. Bounces the Weevil back. I
Yep.
think he's declared 8 at the Croc. Yep. And then he's going to probably reestablish the Sengoku or Perona.
It's going to be Sengoku.
Yep. Is he finally going to see his first Jinbei? Nope.
Oh, yeah, I forgot he hasn't had a Jinbei yet.
No Jinbeis on Sheki's side. Okay.
2.
Probably the better thing. He has a bow in hand. And then there were other choices are just Weevils. 8 cards in hand. Wimmy's asking for the hand size potential bleeding. Sengoku search. Yup, Jinbei. Now, do you think she's got another law?
I'm not sure.
Or she could establish the Weevil again, get a card draw. Yep, looks like that's what she's going to opt to do. Jinbei to potential Weevil. Oh, Boa's just as good.
Yep.
Now you can stack for your Dofi leader and play over the Sengoku. And again, board clear the law on Sheki's side because I believe that's the only other law that he's seen that he had to grab from his own trash as well.
Yep. He hasn't seen a third one yet. I think how she touch one there. Swing. 3.
She chose the bottom deck the cards, which probably nothing useful in the stack.
Yeah.
Which is the good thing about Bow being able to bottom deck or stacking it on top. That's the only drawback to Buggy. Buggy you can stack, but unable to bottom deck
Bottom
it, which
deck,
kind of
yeah.
sucks. So now if she does decide to do leader swing, it's going to be a blind leader swing at this point.
Yeah, I didn't think she was going to go for a leader swing, especially after bottom decking. Just establish another. Oh,
never mind.
She can't go for the bottom. But I mean, I don't think she's using like leader ability. There's no point right now. It's just the get another blocker and a stronger Dofi swing.
Potential. I mean, there is a Weevil in that stack, so she could do the leader ability, play over the Jinbei, get the draw, which looks like it was a Sengoku that she did stack. So can get ready for the next turn. I'm trying to figure out what can swing and what can't. So going 5 in the law at this point. She's trying to dwindle his hand because she could swing 5-5-7.
Yep.
At the law, or 5-5-8 if she chooses not to use the leader ability.
Yeah, and like you said, I mean, doing a Weevil over a Jinbei would, I mean, that would still be a good play.
And it just establishes another 6K body. Oh,
Oh,
she
no.
misstacked it. Does the law need to be played out, or does the Dofi get to choose?
I cannot remember. Okay, so he does use the gravity blade here, get rid of the blockers, so he can at least get that law off the field.
Yeah, it's a you may rest. So unfortunate. I think she was trying to do the Weevil and then
Yeah,
draw.
I think so.
And that's where it shows you like the type of pressure that you can get in like top cut tables.
Oh yeah.
I know this is like a little regional, or not even a little regional, a little like, what's a little on the bigger end of store tournaments. But now imagine on a regional level, like the type of pressure you get at the top tables.
Yeah, that's why sometimes, like during regionals, when you're watching these people at Top Cut, like I don't fault anybody for making like mistakes, because some people maybe that's their first time, or even if it's your second, third time, like being nervous could happen.
And you do see that Sheki did use the gravity blade to get rid of 2 bodies.
The two boas, yeah.
Yep. And then uses the teachability to be able to get rid of the
Yeah,
rest.
he managed to stabilize.
Yep.
With
Seeing that Jinbei actually was very beneficial for him. That was the first Jinbei he's played all game.
let's see.
And I don't think it would have changed the turn that much if she would have played that Weevil out the last turn.
No, I don't think so.
Because Sheki would have probably just did the exact same thing.
Yeah, I'm not sure what. I mean, she's got Sengoku, so she can search something, but maybe she has everything she needs in her hand right now.
Potentially just going for board clear, which is what needs to be done here. So
Yeah.
swinging 7 at the Jinbei on Sheki's side here. Sheki wants to keep it. He's going to have to give 3K or the Boa and then a 2K.
Which wouldn't be the worst.
No, at this point, that's probably a good option here. You
Yeah.
keep your entire field, unless she plays like a Boa,
Yeah, because he
or
just
not a
got.
Boa, Law.
Yeah, because he just got back to stabilizing. So if he's able to, by simply just giving it 2K, I mean, possibly.
Nope, ends up letting the Jinbei go. Very interesting. And goes Weevil into draw, and then I believe the Sengoku's.
Sengoku.
Oh, the
Yeah,
blocker Law.
the law, yeah.
Which I do know that blocker Law is one of like the tech cards that she does use. A lot of Dofi lists don't like to use that Law. A lot of them just like to play the 4 costs to
Yeah.
kind of just be aggressive. So it's a way to kind of alleviate some type of pressure from the board.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of like it because, in situations like this where Dofis just keep going back and forth, I mean, that one chump, the save one body on board, can still just swing things in your favor again.
Yeah, it can make a difference.
Yeah.
So you do see the Boa hits the field. Didn't see what was at the top, but I did see the teach.
Yeah, that's all I saw.
So it looks like he's going to opt for a leader swing here. And again, this is what these Dofi matches always end up being, is battle for board, because they're both still sitting at 4 and 3 life with
Yep.
about 7 minutes left before we go into overtime. Yeah, and Wimmy is sitting with a decent hand size. Looks like 6 cards in hand right now.
Yeah, and not all the time, but really, like, you could see who's winning a Dofemir just by popping in, by just looking at someone's hand size.
Yeah.
Like, if one is, like, way the other way, but again, things can just swing so fast in the other person's favor.
So Sheki chose to swing at the Jinbei for 7 and then use the bounce law to bounce her blocker law back to hand to pretty much try to guarantee a swing in.
Yeah.
And she chose to counter out, protecting the Jinbei, which at this point, why not keep the body on the field to put pressure? All Sheki really has else to swing with is that Boa blocker. Could do teach to put pressure, but a little risky there.
Yeah.
Ends up grabbing the Moria from the Sengoku Searcher, can allow him to grab another piece from the trash. He's gonna swing 9, potentially at the Weevil,
Yeah, I think that's where he might just do the
or swings at
Jinbei.
the Jinbei to guarantee, because she'll have to give up 3 cards.
Yeah.
And you do see the top of Sheki's scalp there. So yep, swings at the Jinbei to pretty much guarantee the clear there. Weevil would have just been a 2K, 2Ks.
Yeah.
Whereas the Jinbei, you're going to need 2 2Ks and a 1, or another 2K if that's all Wimmy had. End up doing the Sengoku search on Wimmy's side.
But I think
there's
she's
a
only
Weevil.
saw Weevil and
A Jinbei.
Jinbei. And she's only seen, I think, 1 bounce law so far, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, but I think she's seen all 4 Jinbeis at this point.
Yeah, I know.
Which Jinbei to Moria, which will allow her to grab another Jinbei from the trash.
Huh.
Yeah, she's sitting real good right here. Has 2 Weevil swings and leader swing. As well, I think she still has the 2-drop teach in hand, which can guarantee another leader swing. Chose to swing 7 at the law. I believe 5 cards in hand currently right now is what she just told Sheki. Ends up clearing the law.
And probably just swing 8 at, or no.
Could have swung 8 at the bow with her own Weevil. Tried to gamble there with leader. Ends up seeing a Perona, so unfortunate. No body being played out there.
Yeah, and that one, I should just play that.
So chose to go 6 at the boa.
Because then I think she's probably just going to play the 1-cost blocker law right over that Sengoku.
More than likely, that's what's going to happen. So it ended up swinging at life and not at the other boa. So ends up replaying that blocker law. Called her for slow playing. Yeah, she did see all 4 Jinbeis, and then now, not only that, he's going to use another one potentially next turn for a 5th play. Looking at Sheki's hand, he has got the Moria to grab that boa back, if that's what he's thinking about doing here. Ends up grabbing the bounce law instead.
Yeah, I think that was probably the better choice, in my opinion.
Decides to do teach. He said it's math time. It's a pretty rough spot. I mean, you could, if he would have held on to the law, he could have played the law, bounced himself back, played it again, bounced the Weevil back, but then you're just taking some pressure off, and then giving her 2 bricks in hand that she can use to draw other cards. But yeah, it's a pretty rough spot for Shecky here.
Yeah, because she'll just Jinbei into Weevil again, or maybe not even Weevil. Just depends.
So yeah, ends up swinging. Ends up swinging 8 to the Weevil, and then he's declaring to bounce the Weevil and realize that the blocker law is still there,
Yep.
and meant to declare the blocker law. So ends up bouncing it back. Still has 4 Dawn left.
Just replay the bounce law again?
Potentially, yeah. So gonna give the blocker law up to protect that Jinbei, or to protect the Weevil.
The Weevil.
So in about 30 seconds, they are going to be going into overtime in this Dofi mirror match.
Okay, so choosing not to do that, just give up the Weevil or counter.
Chose to swing 8 at life.
It's the first life taken in a hot minute.
Yeah, 3-3. Of course, now it's going to come down to pressuring life going into overtime, because they're going to go into 0, 1, 2, 3. So they're each going to take 2 turns, and depending on whose turn is first.
Yeah, and I could be wrong. I feel like both players have perfume. Grab another.
Looks like she's debating on what to grab back from the Morans, choosing to grab the Boa. And ends up playing the Boa again, just to block her up, restack, and could potentially swing with the leader for leader ability here.
At this point, do you just go for life? Especially because we're on overtime rules. Because if we're just swinging into characters, I mean...
You also got to take into consideration the hand size that Shecky's at.
That's true.
So you could pretty much dwindle his hand. She's got 3 life with a blocker, but we do know he has bounce law in hand as well.
Yeah. She is going life.
Yep.
Oh, they gave up 2K for 5K swing.
Because life is going to matter at this point. You want to be at higher life than your opponent. Chose to go 8 to the Boa.
Yeah, and I think that's why he was countering there, because I think it doesn't look... I mean, Wimmy has the best chance to push for the game.
Yep. So Shecky is turn 1 here. Yep. So after him, it goes back to Wimmy, and that'll be Wimmy's final turn for the game.
Yep.
If we make it that far. And then Shecky will have the last turn. So at that point, do you swing
with Boa?
Yeah. Chose to do Law first.
Yeah, just...
Law bounce himself, bounce the Boa. So now you're guaranteeing swings into leader. Okay. So he's going to go for lethal here. Which we do know that she has a Weevil and a Boa in hand. So 2 bricks in hand that we know of.
Yeah, and it looks like she's got a Corona. I think we know board. She has a Jinbei too.
So win 7 to Jinbei.
Oh,
did Law. He's gonna probably bounce the Boa and play the Boa again.
Yeah. That way he has the blocker, taking off more pressure, so she can't get in as many swings as she wants.
Did he choose not to bounce anything from her side of the field? Yeah. Obviously, you don't want to bounce the Jinbeis because then she could flood the board again. And then the Moria, playing out the Moria allows her to grab another essential piece back. So I can see why.
Oh, and especially since she's giving up so much counter,
Hmm.
maybe he just doesn't want her to have any play. But again, this is her last turn, though.
Correct. Yeah. So now this is her last one, which just kind of goes in favor a little bit. It all comes down to how he's gonna counter out here.
Well, that's why I thought like bouncing a character back would maybe be better. Just so he could potentially be at a higher life total.
Yeah, and then you see there, Wimmy ends up hitting a bounce law, bouncing the
Yep.
boa back. Ends up swinging 5 at the Moria. Gives a 1K there. Jinbei to boa. Restacking. Probably going to attach it down to the Jinbei and swing 6 again. Oh, 7. Oh.
Yeah, because with a boa, unless he somehow like bounces that boa, because also too, if they're at equal life at the end, I think it how many characters on board?
I think it goes to deck.
It's that deck.
But he essentially needs to land each of these hits right here.
Oh, okay, so he could use the bounce
There
law.
goes 7. I believe he might go 7-7-7 here. Or no, yeah, 7. And then what is that? 8? 5? No, that's another. Yeah, that would be an 8K swing right there.
Yep. Well,
oh, he was supposed to do the perfume first and then teach to give himself the extra 2.
yep.
So ended up passing both at 1 life. So now they're deck counting to see who wins here.
I don't know who.
Wimmy was searching
Wimmy
a lot
picked up more, yeah.
and with the Weevil, so. Oh, wow. They tied on the second condition. So.
Because they went to characters on board, I think, right?
Yeah, so it goes to life. From life, it goes to deck count. And from deck count, after that, characters on the field.
It's the first time I've seen it go to characters on field.
Yeah, I honestly thought Wimmy searched a lot more, but Sheki did get a decent amount of Sengoku searches in. No.
No, he did get, I think, like 3-4 Sengoku searches.
Yeah, and well, Wimmy was also drawing a lot off Weevil.
Yeah.
So Wimmy ends up taking the first round in top cut here, knocking Sheki out. So the girlfriend prevails.
Yeah.
So congrats to Wimmy right there. We'll be moving on to round 2. So Sheki being knocked in the first round still guarantees $50 store credit.
Yep.
So a reminder, this is the Sully's Abode 1K tournament that they are hosting for store credit. I believe first was getting $400. Second was $200. Third and fourth were $100 each. And
Yep.
then fifth through eighth were each getting $50. So Sheki is at least walking away with $50.
Yeah.
So definitely something there. Did not expect to see that ending as far as going
No.
to characters on the board.
No, I did not expect that. I mean, Sheki was on the back burner, like, definitely in the middle of the game.
The entire game. No
yeah, I guess,
Jinbeis.
yeah, it was pretty much the entire game because it was Jinbeis. But yeah, no, I'm not surprised that nobody actually won from.
Yeah, that's the first time since I've been playing that I've seen it go to characters on the field, in person at least. So
Yeah.
definitely interesting to see. I did see people asking, this was an 80-person cap tournament. I believe 74 people showed up today, so it was a really big tournament. We had 6 rounds of Swiss since the third undefeated lost in their last round. So now we are in top cut, which is just a top cut of 8 players. This was round 1, so 2 more rounds after
Yep.
this. We're going to be seeing who wins. So obviously a Doflamingo got knocked right here. The top cut breakdown was 3 Doflamingos, a Plouffe, an Enel, a Bonnie, a Shanks, and a Boa. So really excited to see who else made it into the next round of Top
Yeah.
Cut here.
Yeah, I don't know how the other matches went. Yeah, I'm not sure. I hope the Boa, the one. I'd like to see Boa again.
Oh, yeah.
Honestly, I do want to see an L. But again, that's just one of my favorite decks, so that's why.
Yeah, of course.
Plouffe, I mean, all of them would be fun matches.
Oh, yeah. Very interesting. I do want to see Boa. It's Easy Quill. He's one of the locals here at Sully's Abode.
Yeah.
Recently, he has been winning a lot with his Boa deck list. I know he won one of the league nights here on Wednesday recently.
Yep.
Or no, lost in the finals, but still second place at the league night here. Very good. So I've had really bad experiences with Boa myself.
Yeah.
So to see it go this far and make Top Cut, I like to see.
I think he has been, I don't see him too much, but I'm pretty sure he has been playing Boa since it was released, I think.
Yes, I know he's been waiting for the Buggy promo, which was just announced recently. We are going to be getting that promo in OP10 pre-release.
Yep.
So we had to wait a long time for this card.
Yeah, I know there was one more card. I can't remember what it was. I just remember the Buggy.
It's a Law promo, the Law Leader promo.
Oh, yeah.
You know, the new meta leader.
Yeah, RP Law is coming back.
Yeah, to nerf it real bad. But definitely interesting. Not sure who's going to make it in here. Trying to see who
I'm
made
not
their
sure.
second round. Obviously, Wimmy just won that one.
You know, this has been the first time in a while for, I guess, a bigger-ish tournament that I haven't seen a BY or Lucci.
Yeah. And now Boa.
Ezekiel said it's very easy for a no. So that's what Ezekiel said.
It's it really depends, but I don't think it's a sweep up for an L.
You can make your pick. What do you want to see?
I
An
really
L,
want
Boa?
to see Boa and an L.
So looks like this next round that is going to be on stream is going to be an Enel versus a Boa here.
Yep.
Other than that, it was what was it? A Boa, a Doflamingo and Shanks.
Yes, Doflamingo, so Wimmy will be facing the Shanks.
Yep. So Boa has been on stream today. Easy Quill was here earlier.
Yep.
It's going to be the first time we see Enel on stream today. We did see a Katakuri as far as a yellow mono leader.
Yep.
So at least getting a little taste of everything and not just another Dofi match.
Yeah. Yeah. It's, huh?
It's on every single Sully's channel.
Yeah.
He wants to see back his playbacks to see what mistakes he made. He honestly played it to a T earlier against, what did he play? The Bonnie? No.
Oh, no, not on the Bonnie. Into BY?
BY, that's what it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I see you were saying there's no BY that made Top Cut today, which is very interesting. I know it's been falling off a little bit. It's still just as good as it was since Blackbeard's not really running around as rampant as it thought it was.
Yeah.
Even then, that matchup is not a total loss. It's a very uphill climb for BY, but it is winnable.
Yeah.
Just you gotta
every
work
match
for it.
is winnable.
Very true. And we do see. Oh, we got a lot of people in here right now. 63 people watching the stream here. Welcome in. We are down to 2 more rounds, like we've been saying. The next one is going to be the Boa versus Enel. And then from there, it's going to be between the Dofi or the Shanks and whoever wins on this upcoming match on stream.
Yeah, and then for Boa versus an L.
You need to get his name.
Oh.
We're doing a lot of stuff manually ourselves over here.
Tommy? And you're playing an L, right?
Tommy.
Okay.
So Tommy is going to be the Enel player, and then Ezekiel will be the Boa. So we'll pan over to the player screen right here.
Yeah.
See them. You know,
And
Tommy is on the
Nels-
right and Ezekiel on the left.
Anel's going to want to hope to see as much top end as possible. Um,
You're cool. Wait till you see Ezekiel's Don
Yeah.
using Gen Con promo Luffy's.
yeah. But yeah,
There you go, the Gen Con promo on the field right there.
yeah. Anel's going to want to see as much top end as possible, which I know, like, that's Anel's game plan. But it's mostly because Boa's just going to keep getting rid of them with Red Rocks and also bouncing back with Kaidos. But Boa, I think if they're able to establish one or two Kaidos pretty quickly and Anel can't answer it, that's where Anel's just in a really bad situation.
Yeah. Also, the only thing is the Nell will starve out the Boa to, again, get to the top end, like how you were saying. Getting to their Yamatos.
Yeah.
If they do drop the 10-drop Kaidos, which I believe Ezekiel is playing the bounce Kaido.
Yes. Yeah, the
He
bounce Kaido.
Enel does have the Rygos to be able to answer it.
Yeah.
Yep, Tommy is on stream, made it to top cut, second round in the finals. If he wins this, we'll be going on to the finals to potentially win $400 in store credit. So we got an up north local player and we have a south local player right here. Battle of north and south.
Yeah, it's been a while since I played Boa. Not that it necessarily changes its game plan, but I can't remember if there's been any like super like good additions as of late. With the past couple sets since Boa has been released.
Yeah, I don't think Boa is going to change much next set either. I do know Enel gets the X-Drakes to be able to
Enel-
rest characters and kind of put pressure on like Blackbeard, which is one of its worst matchups.
Yeah, it gets the X-Drakes. I can't remember. I think is that 3-cost Heat and Wire already out, or maybe not.
No, I
but
don't think
that's
so.
a card that I've been running 2 of in my NL, and at first I didn't love it, but it actually turned out to be an amazing card.
And then in EBO2, you do get the 10-drop Enel as well.
Yeah, yeah,
Being
that
able to have a
NL,
rush top end.
yeah, that NL is so good. Obviously the rush, and one of the biggest things is having a 11K static body that makes some swings harder.
All right. So we are starting the round. Boa is going first. He lost the dice roll. Ezekiel lost dice roll.
Yeah, because Boa really doesn't need to. I would prefer to go second in this matchup.
He almost forgot his life cards.
Well, he uses ability and heal.
Start healing off rip.
Yeah.
Oh, ain't no way. This man's using Impel Down Buggy all
Yeah.
words. Interesting. You do see the Boa use the Perona to stack. And Ezekiel's poking for 5. And then restacking again with this Dofi. Basically digging one card deeper into the deck.
Yeah.
Probably trying to see if he can find any bounce cards to start working. Oh, Kuzan. Is
Yeah.
it on play, put a 3-drop or less to the life and trash one?
Yes.
Ends up trashing that blocker law. But also very great for the NL. Bringing the Boa up to 6 life now. Getting him closer to be able to pop some 10-cost bodies.
Yeah, this is a matchup where it's okay to give the heal your opponent. Because Kuzan is just a really good card in general, but there is some matchups where, like against Shanks, I almost never want to do that because healing Shanks is difficult. Obviously, like in EBO2 and stuff, I don't mind it as much.
Yeah. And you do see he did bounce the Kuzan back to hand, so Tommy will be able to utilize it again to bottom the Perona to the life. But Ezekiel needed it for rearranging. Yep, so
Yep.
there goes the Kuzan, bottom decking the Perona, and trashing another card. So even though Boa wants to draw cards, he's making him discard them with
He's
this one
making him
Kuzan.
discard the things he wants.
And then establishing the Shirahoshi to kind of
Yep.
give some, you know, blocker to,
And then also, too, healing Boa this much and playing the Starve strategy, I mean, your Yamatos are just going to be way more effective.
now it's 7 life, yeah. You can pop a
yeah.
10 cost right now with a Yamato. So Ezekiel in a pretty rough spot here.
Because I could see him, again, like you said, starving Boa, which is kind of an oxymoron. But, I think he might want to keep him at a life total where he can Yamato his 6-cost Boas. Because
those
all his
two.
other pop effect, well, even Gadatsu can
Yeah.
pop high now.
Yep, Gadatsu is in range for anything. And decides to swing 7 and then a Shirahoshi trigger. Draw 3 and then gonna trash 2 here. Oh, trashes
Ace.
Darashi. What else is he gonna pitch here? Got a lot of options in this NL's hand right now. Dropping the 2K Frankie.
Also, too, he's going to have to be wary of putting at some point.
Yeah, that is true. Chooses to swing 7 again at leader.
I think this is now where he's thinking about putting.
Three down. Chooses to take it just because obviously won't be able to play putting this turn. And now Nell is pretty much where it wants to be at 1 life.
Yep.
Clears the law, swinging 8 at it. And then
5
establishing
for
Rocket
Luffy.
Luffy. Which now, Boa plays a lot of 4-cost bodies. He'll be able to answer whatever Ezekiel plays here.
Bo's at 9.
Oh,
Yep.
bottom decks the Egghead Luffy with the Mihawk.
Yep.
But I think, no, 7, 8. So the Mihawk is out of range for a Yamato pop,
Yep.
which is good for Ezekiel here. Oh, rush ace, healing 1. And the ace gets rushed since he was at 2 life. Or he is
Yeah.
at 2 life.
So just because he played the ace here, unless he's saving it for later, I'm guessing he doesn't have Raigo, because I would have just got rid of that right away. But again, maybe he's waiting for Kaido.
Now, do we start? I would start taking life here for Ezekiel. I know he wants to be at low hand size, but
Yeah, I would definitely start taking some.
it could give him more options, and not only that, protect him from Yamato pops later in the game.
Yeah. I mean, countering 1 time isn't too bad either, because he doesn't want to take 3 life right off the rip, to be honest.
So he chose to pass there. Honestly, right here, he starts poking at the Kuzan right there with the Boa leader. I think I did see a Kaido in hand as well.
Yes, he does have the 10 cost pounds Kaido.
Or if he has another Mihawk, that'd also be very good for him. Be able to bottom deck potentially that 2-cost blocker Shirahoshi or the Kuzan that just take pressure off for next turn.
I would just get rid of the 2-cost Shirahoshi. But
Oh, he also does have Red Rock, so he could get rid of this ace this turn.
is that
So there's a bounce Kaido right there. It looks like a Gravity Blade as well. Yep. So looks like he wants the Kaido the turn, not next turn, but the turn after.
still has
Yep, so he does
Yep.
red rock the ace, which is good. Takes some form of pressure off, and now you can swing 9 into the Kuzan and probably take the Shirahoshi. Nope, decides to keep it up.
Yeah, because the 10 cost Kaido cannot bounce rush ace, so actually that probably was the best time, just the red rock. Well,
Yeah.
another big body isn't on board.
Unfortunately, though, right now, Ezekiel is sitting at 7 life and Tommy is at 2. If Tommy had a Yamato, he would have been able to pop the Mihawk there.
Yep.
But establishes another rush ace, bringing him to 3 life. Does not have rush since he's over 2 life.
I think he is planning on like using Yamato to pop.
I do think so also. Ends up bouncing the blocker Shirahoshi there.
Could he not?
Yep, there goes Yamato
Yeah.
popping the Kaido. Very unfortunate there for Ezekiel. Does have
Yeah.
another bounce Kaido though.
Because I know he wasn't gonna. Well, I guess even if he swung in with the Mihawk, then Mihawk would be the KO target.
Correct. Also, this is where if he would have took that life earlier, would have been in a little better spot.
Yep.
Ends up drawing a card off of Durashi, right there off of life. So at this point, do you establish another Kaido, or does he have another card to pop it? Yep.
Yeah.
Chooses not to bounce any cards on Tommy's side of the field.
I think he just doesn't want to give Shirahoshi, so it's either he could, so he can't just cycle through his hand, and if he does Katakuri that into life, it does suck, but that is a bounce target with another Kaido.
Correct. Yeah, and it's just another Connor as well at the end of the day.
Yeah.
But
Also, it's-
Ezekiel needs to see a pudding right here.
Yeah.
Oh, Katakuri's the Shirahoshi back into life. So this is where having that card back in his hand
And
would
with
have
the
been
blocker,
beneficial.
yep. Yeah, because Enel is playing this right. Just got to win the big body battle.
Got 8 cards in hand right now as an L. Swings 5 at the Anel. Counters out with a 1K.
Yep.
Was probably banking on him taking the life, drawing the 3, trashing 1, and
And
then
putting.
putting.
Yeah.
Ten total life on the field right now.
Yep.
So ends up swinging with the Mihawk, and he trashes another Shirahoshi from hand. I do not see the pudding.
Shirahoshi, Frankie.
Oh, bounces.
The blocker and 8 drop.
Yep. And ends up getting the draw off leader ability there
Yep.
since he was at 5.
No, and no.
He
Okay.
could drop the Katakuri and do the same play he just did last turn,
Yep.
putting the 5 cost back into his hand.
Did get the Rygo, so I'm assuming that's what he's going to be doing.
Oh, unfortunate. Puts
Or-
the Dofi to the
nope.
bottom of life. And he's discarding a card as well.
1, 2, 3. Yeah, because now at 8.
Ends up giving him a Sengoku. And then 10 at the Mihawk again.
Yeah, and this is exactly the position that Enel wants to beat. Yep, and there's the Rygo.
Rygo to get rid of that.
Which I want to say that was his draw for a turn. But yeah, no, that was great execution.
The only thing here Ezekiel needs is a pudding, and that's not even established a good spot either.
And also because of life total, Tommy can just Yamato again and pop that Mihawk.
Yep. And heal on top
Yep.
of it.
So I think that's is that 10 cost Kaidos?
Yeah,
He's gone
two
through?
10-cost Kaidos have been knocked.
Yeah.
Ends up swinging, I believe he declared 12 at the ace.
Seemed like that was is that 19 at ace? Or
Oh, no, he swung big at the ace. I just
yeah,
realized what he
just got to
did.
get rid of him. So 2, this is where if he has Yamato, he's just going to play that down, get rid of that Mihawk.
At this point, would you swing Boa at his leader and then swing the Mihawk? Because if you swing with the Boa, he gives you a 1K counter. You could pass turn. If he takes a life and triggers leader ability, you swing with the Mihawk and you ask for 3 cards.
Yeah, but the thing is, if it doesn't work out, like that's hard to come back from because he needed to establish those blockers because otherwise then he could just swing into both those big bodies or like
Well,
another Rygo.
Still establish the blockers, but at least poke 5 and then play out the 2 blockers still. So ends up playing a Katakuri and puts the Shirahoshi back into life.
Yep.
Playing out the blocker again. Swings 5 at the Kaido to try to bait out a counter from Ezekiel there. Ezekiel looked like he was ready to give him a counter card for a second.
So right now, I mean, if you don't swing, Yamato can pop anything on the board.
Yeah.
I mean, you just have to swing for life.
You have to pressure, yep. You have to pressure his life here.
Because you have your 2 blockers, so, like, you're somewhat okay.
Yes. Ends up playing the buggy, trying to look at top 3 to see what else to play. All he has there is a Kaya, another buggy, and then a 7-drop Dofi.
Yeah. With 7-drop, it bounces a 7 or less back to hand.
Yeah, right. 7 or less back. Back in the Dofi mirrors, it was Dofi to bounce their Dofi to bounce mine back. Ends up gravity blading both Kuzan.
Like pick order for.
Oh, you let Ezekiel choose the order of what it goes down to the bottom. I don't think it matters, does it, for Gravity Blade?
I'm not sure. I mean, maybe technically, but yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
At this point, it's probably better to swing 7, 9, and 12. No.
Yeah.
He's playing, so Ezekiel ended up passing. I believe putting pressure on the Dofi would have been a little bit better.
You should have, because we're at a 10 life threshold, but didn't have it. You might be looking for another Yamato or Rygo.
So ends up doing the Yamato, popping the Mihawk. And this is where putting the pressure on the NL would have been the better move there, especially after removing the blocker.
Yeah, I think you needed to.
So the owner of the cards that got bottom deck gets to choose the order they go into, since it is their bottom deck.
Yeah.
So thank you, James Company, for the clarification. So they're talking about the previous plays. Ezekiel decided to counter out of the last swing he swung at because he thought he was going to swing a leader as well.
Yeah.
So he baited him out into giving him a counter. Even then, I would have took both swings. But this is where being a little bit more aggressive the turn prior, swinging 7, and then 9, and then 12 with the Kaido, or 10. I forget what that Kaido is.
Because at the very least, it's just going to get counter out of hand. Even if he Rygo's a body instead, at least it's not establishing another big body like Yamato.
Yeah. So ends up drawing since he bounces the buggy back to his hand.
Yeah.
And then replays the buggy.
I think he's been trying to find.
He's trying to find pudding.
Puddings, yeah, that's what it was.
and has been unsuccessful. It's probably in his life, to be honest.
Probably.
But at this point, Anel's pretty much stacked to just swing out with everything. Three big bodies, one Flampe. Flampe could put in work. Chooses to swing 5 at life. Considered on countering. Gets a Kaya. Swings 8, 9, and he's probably going to swing 9 again with the other Yamato.
Yep. He saw his all 10 Dawn. I'm assuming maybe that's an ace.
Even then, Ace would not have rush, but it's still good to
Well,
establish
he
that
could
body.
choose not to heal, too.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you could choose not to heal and still rush.
Yeah. He showed him his entire hand there in a second.
Okay, so there's the Raigo.
So ends up Raigoing the Kaido.
Yep. Oh,
I guess he heard people playing Digimon and it threw him off. So yeah, at this point, it's a pretty rough situation here for Ezekiel.
yeah, because Boa, like, it can control, but it has to control with the tempo of the game. Being on the back burner, you're not making some magic moves. But there's the pudding he was looking for.
Finally saw the pudding that he needed when he had the Kaido on
Yeah.
board. We're getting a different POV of Ezekiel and Tommy here. So Red rocks a Yamato off the field.
Yep.
Down to 5 cards. And chooses to pass. He does have Jozu, but Jozu really won't do much, especially with that Shirahoshi on the field.
Yeah, because I think right now he'd be like he's okay just taking the life because then he's gonna cycle with Shirahoshi.
So chose to swing 5 at life. Ends up countering with a Kaya. And ends up taking the Kata swing. He could block with the law here as well. Chooses to just take it.
Seems like an ace, yeah.
And then now
Yeah,
he's going
you
to get
gotta
a
block.
blocker.
Yeah, if Fennell didn't have the 2-cost Shirahoshi blocker on the field, I'd say like it's still possible for the bow to win, but having to use Dawn to maybe remove it, you need all the Dawn that you could use to stack on Jozu and chip apart their big bodies.
Yeah. He could swing out for game with Buggy.
He could.
So swinging 12 into the ace, deciding whether to counter out, and he gives him 4K counter.
Yep.
He's going to swing 9 into the Katakuri. And just gave him the Shirahoshi.
Yep.
Looks like that pudding at least gave him into some type of counter cards there.
Which that's all he needed at that point, to be honest.
So 3 bodies here, 1 blocker law, does the Kuzan to put the law back into life. And then now he's going to have to pitch a card off that Kuzan ability as well. And here comes the bombardment. And all on leader. And that is game. Tommy takes round 2 of Top Cut.
Yeah, that was executed perfectly by the Nell. That's exactly what you have to do in this matchup. Because if you just do your normal thing, and I mean, those Kaidos can hurt, and then you're only banking on getting Raigos to be able to control Boa's board.
Yeah. And with Tommy winning this match, he will be going into the finals of this 1K tourney.
Yep.
Don't know what he's going to be facing yet. It's either going to be between
Dofi
or Shanks.
Yeah.
Yep. So not sure who won the other round or other match. So interesting Top Cut. I really wonder who won. Can you check? See who won the other? Oh, it's not even on there. So yeah, unsure of who's going to be in the finals with DNL, but Tommy will be making it there and potentially winning $400 in store credit here today at Sully's Abode tournament.
Yeah, and Ella's gonna probably be hoping to see the Dofi because Shanks matches, like, it's not that bad, but if Shanks sees enough of their 10 drops, it can get kind of rough.
Yeah. Yeah, but also, I don't know. We did see Shanks earlier lose to 2-0. Our buddy Moose.
Yeah.
So it is not super favored, and looks like Dofi won. Mimi looks very upset that she's got to face in a now.
Oh, yeah. Well, all she has to find is pudding.
And be very aggressive and hope nothing gets popped.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
I mean, that's how you have to play it.
yeah, but we will be taking a break here until the start of the next round. I guess they're giving them a little break here. Not too long though, just a quick little setup. So we'll be back here in a minute. And we are back. Final round is going to be Doflamingo versus Enel, who we just saw was Tommy that won the last round. Dofi player is actually Wimmy. Wimmy made it to the finals here.
Yep.
So,
Yeah, this is going to be interesting match. I mean, obviously, like Enel is favored, but if Dofi's aggro enough and Enel really isn't seeing a whole lot, I mean, it could go in Dofi's favor pretty fast.
yeah, and then Enel can pretty much trigger out pop bodies. You go Raigo.
Yep.
Because more than likely he's going to starve Dofi as well.
Yep.
You have the Gadatsus, you have the Egghead Luffys. Not sure if he's running Egghead Namis or...
I mean, I would have to assume he's running Namis because that's pretty standard at this point.
Kuzan can get rid of the teaches as well. So there are
Yep.
a lot of different cards now that can just mess with Enel. I mean,
Yeah.
with Dofi.
Yeah.
So, but I've seen Dofi. I have one against Enel with Dofi, and it's a miracle, but it can happen.
Yeah. Yeah. No KO triggers. Again, Enel kind of at a slower
Just-
start.
Gas on the pedal. Just
Yeah.
swinging all out.
Or two, if Enel's only like KO cards is Nami at the beginning, and he's having to pitch cards in hand to use the Nami, that can kind of that's not always great either. Because yeah, you don't want to be too high of a hand size for pudding, but if you're just getting rid of all your triggers, you're left with like no counter.
Yeah. And just a reminder, this is the 1K tourney from Sully's Abode. I know they plan on doing this once a month. I keep preaching this because
Yep.
if you miss this event today, you can always play in it next time. So definitely a lot you can get and worth playing in for participation as well. So again, just a refresher, if you're just tuning in, Tommy is the NL player on the left, and Wimmy is the Doflamingo on the right.
So Dofi is second. I don't know who won dice roll and who chose.
I think NL probably won. But as an L player, would you rather go first or second?
I
Yeah, you guys are good.
yeah. Not 100% sure. I mean, I normally would want second for Kuzan, but going first, you can do Nami on curve or Egghead Luffy. But Egghead Luffy usually wouldn't be the best because most likely you're not at 2 life.
Potentially. And she does end up grabbing the 2-cost teach. No Piranha, so you can't restack the next stack, but Tommy ends up just drawing a card, drawing his Don, and passing turn.
Yep.
Does 2 for teach. Yep. And is probably going to start utilizing this teach to start guaranteeing leader swing here since there was no Perona.
Yeah, and this is where Tommy's going to want to see Kuzan.
Probably going to do 7 for a bounce law and then bouncing the Sengoku.
Stay warm next week, okay?
Yeah, because there's not, you're not really bouncing anything back to an L's hand, maybe like a Shirahoshi blocker. You can do Kuzan, but I would only do that if you have to.
Yeah, not
I would-
completely worth it.
Yeah, I would keep it more as a value engine of sending stuff back to your hand.
But she does end up bouncing the Sengoku
Yep.
and getting another search off. So establishes 2 bodies this turn, which is great. And then now regaining a card back from the Sengoku search. Tommy does have a very nice playmat.
Yeah, he does.
Very relaxing.
And at 5 Dawn, again, like you can use... Okay, it looks like he's...
So ends up going 5. I potentially would actually counter out here because more than likely Gadatsu is coming down and getting rid of another one of the bodies.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, Nami.
Nami. Still, something to remove the board. I believe down to 5 cards in hand.
Also, Gadatsus. I think, like, in my now, I only run, like, maybe 2 Gadatsus at this point. Just because I do kind of prefer the Egghead Luffy, like, ratio them between each other, because I like the trigger and the draw.
Yeah. And Wimmy is using another Jinbei here to Boa to stack the top 3 of her
Yep.
deck. And now can do leader ability here and play over the Sengoku. Starts with the 5 swing first. Now 7. And now you're putting it now into this range where he's got to sort of be careful and start countering out because Dofi is wide and lucky enough an Egghead Luffy trigger to pop the Boa.
Yeah, he needed to see that there because it was getting out of control on her board. And this is where he's going to put Teach into life. And then I think she'll be left with 3 in hand when she trashes.
Yep, which is unfortunate. Utilizing, well, not really utilizing the Teach, but consistent plays with the Jinbei. Able to go wide, but now won't really be able to protect much of the board here.
There's 3 Dawn. I'm guessing maybe there's a Shirahoshi blocker he wants to put down.
Oh, no,
Okay.
decides to go 8 to the Weevil here. Ends up clearing the Weevil. Not sure how many cards. 7 cards in Tommy's hand here.
I think he thought maybe it was too risky to just swing 6 into Jinbei, and maybe she has that 2K.
That is true. Yeah, even if you establish that 2-cost Shirahoshi, if Wimmy sees a blocker, bounce law, could bounce that Shirahoshi back to hand, making it useless at that point.
Yeah, because as an L, like, I would prefer not to be healing with a body from 0. I'd like to stay at 1. Just again, because Dofi could put out so many bodies that, just that 1 extra buffer life is great. Oh.
So next turn, 9. Pretty much Yamato plays at that point.
Yep.
But if Wimmy does decide to swing out at life here, Tommy is going to have to counter out. He cannot just take the bombardment of 3 swings, but needs the board clear at the same time.
Yeah, because like the Nabi and Kuzan is just taking counter out of Wimmy's hand, which she can't really afford to do right now.
Yep, so ends up giving the Shirahoshi. Does she swing a 5 again, or swing a little bit bigger at the Nami this time?
And then also too, she doesn't know what's on top of her deck. That's why also too using that Kuzan to get Teach on the bottom was just, you need to do that right away.
And taking that card away helps out a lot too.
Yep.
Yeah, this is the Wimmy from Twitter here that is playing the Doflamingo.
The one on the internet.
Yep, the one from the internet, the interwebs.
Oh, so he could hear us. That's cool.
It did get quieter in the shop.
Yeah. Yeah, so Wimmy is in a pretty difficult spot here.
Yeah, because she really wants that Nami gone, but once he drops that Yamato, it gets tough.
So ends up countering that Jinbei swing, giving him a 1K, giving her a 1K. And swinging 6. Does he have a 2K to protect it?
What's the...
And it looks like she's just going to probably establish.
7 Dawn there.
Hmm.
Was it a grab
Oh.
play? Yeah.
It's a good way to be able to remove whatever's on the field there, which is good, but not being able to establish bodies is unfortunate here.
It's unfortunate, but with this situation, that was probably the best outcome. Got some counter out of hand. Like, if he has Yamato, it's coming down anyway.
Yep. And she did swing 5 at the other Jinbei, which now leaves her with 1 card in hand. With this draw will be 2, so
Yeah, because also, too, if she overcommitted and just went to life and it didn't work out by, like, a bad trigger, just easy counter out of one of the hits, then you pretty much lost at that point.
oh, I think they're running locals here as well at the same time as the tournament. Yeah, pretty rough spot. Even if you swing at the end now, he's probably going to just take both of them.
Yep.
Pretty much sitting where he wants to sit at. If he sees another now, he could just pop whatever character, swing over the other one, so while also healing. And then all they have to do is pretty much establish all their big bodies and continue doing what they're doing.
Yeah, even if it's not Yamato, like Ace, she just doesn't have enough characters on board or the counter for an Ace. Oh.
So ends up seeing the Frankie, which allows him to draw 1. And
Yep.
since he has 1 body, or 1 life, can play out the Frankie as well. Best case scenario right there, an extra body to swing over hers. So ends up passing, does not swing with the Jinbei. I believe it's the right call, because if not, he can swing over the Jinbei.
Yeah.
Does 9, ends up getting the boa, swings 5 at the leader. At this point, now here's going to be the card draw for Dofi.
Yep.
And then a rush
But
ace.
still,
Yep. So puts her down to 3 life from 6. Starts to putting the pressure on, but he also does not have a lot of card size like he did the last round, so
yeah.
can't really starve out like he did the boa.
Yeah, he does have the 2 big bodies. I don't know if he's going to counter out if she attacks on the Frankie. I don't know if she runs Red Rock either.
If they swing at the Frankie, I would just potentially just let it go. And then if she turns the Jinbei sideways, swing at the Jinbeis.
Yep.
Maybe has another pop body to get rid of whatever she plays.
Let's see. And it's possible maybe he did have another Yamato in hand, but the ace was actually good because there was no other cards on board that he could swing into. It puts her at that 3 threshold, which is already pretty low, and then he can just Yamato again and pop another 4-drop.
Yeah, it's just putting the pressure on, which
Yeah.
what he needs to do right here.
Because
Wimmy's in a pretty tough spot here. I know she's deciding on what to do.
yeah.
Can't really swing out to face because if they do decide to swing, and now can just re-heal itself and not worry.
Yeah, because if she really wanted to, like, get him down to 0, it doesn't really... Enel doesn't care at this point.
No. And ends up swinging at face instead of the Frankie. I really thought the Frankie would have been what you would have wanted to swing at. But opts to not do it.
Yeah, I'm honestly kind of not sure. Without really being able to tell what either of them have in hand.
Looks like a Jozu in Wimmy's hand here, which Jozu would have been so much more beneficial on curve.
Yeah.
But not being able to see it on curve was unfortunate. Even then, Tommy would have been able to pop it. And we are getting a couple followers here from the store.
5.
So now decides to swing 5 at the Frankie. It's like, which trap card is it?
Yeah.
Ends up giving the Egghead Nami as the 1K counter to protect the Frankie.
Oh, and then she could replay the Jinbei,
Mhm.
something else. And he has to have a ace to rush. So she realistically, I mean, she'll survive this turn.
This is where it's kind of iffy. Not seeing that Yamato there was kind of not
Yeah.
great because you could have popped one of these bodies. And instead, it looks like he's opting to just swing. Maybe he has another rush ace here.
There.
Yep. Heal 1. And this is where Wimmy potentially has a chance. Has 5 swings going into this turn.
Yeah, I mean, still has a 6-card hand. I don't think we've seen many 2Ks being used by Enel so far.
Correct. It's just dependent on, one, what he triggers out of life.
Yeah.
But you have to get 4 swings in, even in this scenario here. Because the 2's going to heal 1 more. And then got to get through that last life and then heal.
Yeah, you have to have all 5 swings, and you only have 1 that can be like countered out or stopped.
Mm-hmm. Decides to swing 6 only.
Interesting.
Ends up countering with a 2K.
Unless she's confident in blockering up.
Which we do know she's running the 1 cost
Yep.
blocker law as well as the boas. Obviously, it's a 4 of in the deck. Not much in trash for the Enel either.
No, not really. That's what I mean. I think that might have been the first 2K, or maybe we saw 1.
Yeah, if not, if she can't block her up this turn, he could pretty much just go lethal with his board here.
Yeah.
2 aces, Yamato, and then slap it all on leader as well.
And then even with the blockers, if he just has 1 card in hand that could just pop it right off the bat, that could be pretty tough.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, either way, I guess you're gambling.
Yeah. I mean, if one of these swings don't connect, it's pretty much GG's for this turn.
Yep.
Decides to swing 7 with the Jozu. 0 cost. Oh, there's another 0 cost. And the ace.
That's an ace. Okay.
So now we know he's got another 0 cost. Not sure what the other 2 cards are in his hand here. We do know lethal is not an option at this point for
Nope.
Wimmy. Hart. I'm not sure what Hart placed. This is Top Cut. He wasn't in Top Cut, so he, at some point in Swiss, either dropped or did not make it.
I never know what he's playing. I know he's been back and forth between Dofi and Lucci.
He's
right?
been playing Dofi.
Yes.
I ended up facing him on Vu's tournament on Thursday. So swings 9 at the Yamato, ends up giving her a 1K. And then we do know that it's a 0 cost there in the hand.
And now.
Oh, 2K.
Yep.
Oh, it's Tommy versus Wimmy.
And then no blocker. And that's GG's.
And that is game. Tommy is the winner of the 1K.
More enthusiastic, dude. Where's your clapping?
Where's your clapping?
Yeah. Yeah. Just gotta force the clap.
For real. All right, now we can talk a little louder since their match is done. But Tommy ends up taking the win here, winning first place, which is $400 store credit.
Yep.
And maybe a drink from Sully. Who knows?
Yeah.
Sully will take his soul
I
with the
don't know.
drink.
Yeah, we don't know how much Wimmy's getting because of the water.
Wimmy ends up placing second place, so she will be getting $200 in store credit. So congratulations to both players. Leaving with something here from Sully, which is
Yeah.
very rare.
What the hell? That's crazy.
Yeah, so congrats to Tommy. And as always, as I've been saying in this entire stream, this is the first 1K tournament that they held at the new store, and it is planned to host more big events like this once a month. So I know there were talks of, monthly 1K store credit tournaments, potential case tournaments like they have done in the past for new sets.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll maybe mix them around, especially if it's around like a pre-release time.
Yeah, so if you guys were not able to play today in today's 1K, there will be one potentially next month. As always, to stay up to date with whatever tournaments they are going to host, make sure you guys are in the Discord. They're always uploading all the information there as far as any tournaments that they are going to do. And then that's where you're going to get the square link to sign up for these tournaments. So great way to stay informed, get your practice for all these big events, regionals. Obviously, we got Treasure Cups, regionals coming up, so good practice right here. And that's pretty much a wrap for today.
Yeah, yeah, that's it. My Enel goat won.
Enel did win, so Enel
Yeah.
is victorious today. So I know he lost round 1, and from there just won everything out today. So looking at the records, he went 8-1. So 8-1 for Tommy today. So killed it today. But without further ado, guys, that is the end of the stream, and catch you guys on the next stream.